Like that didn't take long. Oh, whoa. Meet the floor. The seasons are changing. The mornings are less bright out. Hi, Kathleen. I will forever make that connection to you. And I'm glad that you are well again and at peace in God's kingdom and in the comfort. So I titled this video in the way that makes most sense for the morning and the time that I'm doing it. So, it's not like I don't do this as often, but just kind of continuing from the previous one, I found myself still thinking, as one does sometimes, and I thought, if I'm going to be thinking these thoughts and kind of expressing them, advantageously, out loud, as I often do, I might as well still be rolling with them because, I don't know, it's nice to have the chat with people, It's 33%, but I'll plug it in. It's nice to have the chat with people, And this device seems to be not doing that one glitch that it's been doing sometimes, so I could have waited, well, technically, honestly, still about an hour, it's 7:17 here now. At about 8:15, I could have, so I guess about an hour, yeah. Just that, yeah. It was a little bit beyond this hour and a little bit into the next hour in my head, and it's early, and I needed to process that for a moment. But, yeah, I could have waited about an hour, but sometimes you can't, right? So I'm back. Hi. Are you a filmmaker by any chance? Welcome. So I was thinking some stuff, and it just, that kind of stuff seems like trolling to me. So getting that out of the way right and early. We got three of you here, maybe two of you, three of you. I'm not sure, but welcome. Glad to have you here. So I'm just, like I say, continuing from what I was speaking about a little earlier. And if you missed it, that's okay. You can hear it from this point. And I only have a few moments, and then with our routine, I need about 5 minutes. But because I got this set up, and I want to, gain traction, so to speak, I will. Does anybody else see anything in the comment out of curiosity? I will keep it rolling, and then, well, you can see the title. Although once you've clicked in on some devices, you might not, because I don't see it as I'm doing this. I know what it was. Sometimes if I'm like 30 to 45 minutes in, it's like, but actually I know a way to check now. So it's kind of like, what was the other thing I wanted to include? So, because, I'm rarely scripted. So, because, well, I don't think I could stick to a script, and I like to be more organic than that. So yes, I am kind of, some people it may not be their kind of thing, but I am unfiltered. The only filter we really have is the coffee maker, so, now I was noticing that movement wasn't really helping today, but what is this going to be about? Hi, Cam Zillin. Welcome. First time to the channel? Out of curiosity, and how did you come across it? I hope you will decide to like at some point, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and yes, like I said, there will be a small interruption. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's been a lot of that happening. The algorithms are seeming to speak in our favor. Now, I wanted to talk. there is a part of me that wants to talk about viewers versus community, because there's a slight difference, I would say. But I also am musical, and my health may or may not be struggling right now. It might be taking some it might be going through some changes. So how much music I'm going to be able to continue to do for you all is in the moment, unfortunately, in question. G is pretty healthy, and it's true. When I look at his lifestyle, I mean, I'm surprised. UNC 121. Okay, yeah, thanks. Unk. I meant somebody of the uncle. Anywho, G has a fitness routine. He's doing it right now. He does it about 2 or 3 times a day. He has a very physical job. I lately have had a somewhat stagnant lifestyle. I'm up and down the stairs quite a bit at home. I, but I'm noticing with what I was feeling this morning, what I was mentioning in the previous video, movement isn't really, you left, I'm not sure if you did, movement isn't really helping. But one thing I did think, a couple of things I thought, if the feelings continue to be, they're not like super painful, but more intense than they were, I might book a doctor's appointment, but anytime I've ever had tests before, he tells me, you're fine. And I'm not a hypochondriac. I am very sensitive and aware. I'm fairly sensitive and aware to my body, but I'm not a hypochondriac, I'll tell you that much. And sometimes I think that doctor shrugs some things off, but also, but I thought, there's ambivalency. And I thought a lot of the cure could probably be just simply eating better and exercising more. And feeling, continuing to find happiness and joy and opportunities. I mean, those things can work way more wonders than, those things can be, in a lot of cases, not telling anybody to go off the meds or anything, but better than medication. I mean, the only medication that G is on is for epilepsy, and it does seem to be helping, so we're thankful. Had a couple of just moments recently, not because of any signs of anything, but just I did for, the reasons that I did at the time. But, okay, so people that see this will see that, we'll see, and I'm also feeling extra creative today at the capacity I can. We'll see. I don't think that Cam Zillin, which is ironic because Grandma Lynn was here last night, and that was someone I was familiar with that I didn't even realize was following the channel, and who I thought, well, she maybe put me on a part of that chat, but maybe she didn't. Maybe she didn't block me or anything. And why would one? I mean, seriously. Hello, I like money. Hello, money. I like money. So, anyway, so if you've seen the title, welcome here, by the way. And then somebody else right after. If you've seen the title of this, you realize that, or what I'm meaning to tell you with it is morning here in Canada, near Edmonton where I'm at, and we have a bit of a morning routine. Compared to some households, ours is not that hectic, but we do have an important morning routine. So I've got everything all set up. I'm letting this kind of gain some, activity. And so it looks like you left, but I can't say for sure. And if so, then you were here very briefly. There is one reason, unless it's easily findable, there's one reason I do kind of prefer to do it on the laptop, but the laptop wasn't available to me at the moment. Neither was the other cell phone, and this is pretty similar to that, although that one stays charged longer. Anywho, so I do have to plug this in and pause for a moment. And again, if you saw the title, you might think, okay, that must be the part I'm talking about then. Well, and you could do math too, and you hit, and it pretty much is on point. So, yes, I'll be back. I will be right back in just a few moments to the person who just tuned in. I did mention in the title, and I usually mention in the comment, even if I don't have a screen filler, like a filler thing to do, to put in, that working on it, maybe someday, that, we're operating in the morning routine, but I wanted to get some thoughts out of my chest, and I've only just off of my chest, and I've only just begun. So, I will come back to add more to this in just a moment. I don't know what view to give you because the charger is in the bottom of the phone. Um, what view would you like? um, there's no good view here. No, I'd have to turn it sideways too, and that would be wonky, so I'm just going to put it here. I'll turn off that light so that you're not blinded. I feel like I already am blind, but too late. I've become blind. Be back down in a moment, folks. I appreciate your patience and your curiosity and intrigue about what is to come. feels otherwise. Moment of brightness. And now lots of wisdom. And we got somebody here, and actually one is now two. And three. Here I am. Welcome. So, sorry for that bit of a gap. And this is still needing to be charged, and it drops fast, but it was the device I had handy right at the time when I started this, when I felt the call to do so, and it's charging. So I might have to put it down in a moment again, just to go to the fridge, because the charger ain't that long, and I kind of need my hands. Well, I got them. I mean, I don't want to worry G. So again, this topic is maybe better as during the live stream, not in the comments after this particular mention. But I worried, am I going to be a hand amputee? And I'm a musician, I'm a writer, I do other things, I wouldn't want that. At the same time, I recently saw a guy play electric guitar. Now, he was very amped, so, the sound really resonated, because of the styling he did, but he was able to do that. But if I don't have to, I'd rather keep doing what I'm used to in that way, and not have to worry about that kind of thing, because it would certainly be a hard adjustment. It would certainly be awkward, uncomfortable, I feel like. So, G just has to quickly do something, and I have to quickly do a couple things. Then we are going to talk about health a little bit, do some music perhaps, have some laughs, and I'm going to try and be a little bit more creative with the filming. Like right now I have my hand resting on a thermos. See? Pretty creative, right? Anyway, but yeah, and sorry?
Just for your...
Oh, okay. I thought, where was that? Huh?
On this table over here.
That's kind of familiar. It would be great, except for the fact that while it's charging, I really don't think it makes much difference. But when I'm doing it with the phone, because that's something that the laptop automatically does, it's kind of freestanding, doesn't need a tripod. But yeah, so anywho, so I'm just gonna quickly grab my muffin, heat my coffee, put a sandwich in a bag, and then, because it's morning here in Canada where I'm at, wonder why the light is flickering and think if it's going to keep doing that, I won't be able to do much in the kitchen. But that's okay. And we'll go from there, and we'll get to know each other, and we'll have some laughs, and we'll have some entertainment in the form of music, perhaps, and it will be lovely. If that's your kind of thing, and we got 3 going to 7 now, hit the like, subscribe, notification bell. Don't be shy. Why would you? I don't seem like I bite, do I? Just kidding. I don't bite often. Hardly ever, actually. In fact, none, unless you make me mad. But anyway, so, and none of us do here, so, in our home. So, we're about the love and the good vibes. So, yeah, don't see why one wouldn't like that. So, even though it went from 3 to 7, so the 3 that are here must be the 3 that are meant to be. So, again, feel free to like, hit subscribe, hit the notification bell. Give me just a few quick minutes of patience and curiosity, and then we'll hop back into it. It's last couple mornings I've been rolling a little bit earlier than I'm used to, so I have to kind of incorporate it with our morning routine and the fact that this device, it's not that I wasn't, ready. I did a quick one. Plus, it was plugging in all night. It just doesn't hold the charge very well. So, what I might do is once I get people here that are, enjoying it, then I might actually switch to the laptop because I have to go upstairs anyway for something, and sometimes I do, but and that's where it's at. So I might get that then, and just say come back in a few moments, and I'll roll there. But for now, we'll keep it going like this. There is also, like I say, I'm curious. It went from 8 to 5. I'm curious people's thoughts about YouTube community versus and yeah, YouTube community, and I want to say versus people that are kind of just what do you call it? You know, I don't want to say that we don't appreciate them, but conversations where it's at least seeing that something is liked. And if you're here and you're staying here, something must be liked. There's always something to like. Anywho, I am not a big fan of kind of going off screen while rolling and stuff, but it does happen sometimes. So, um, you are in good company with a box of shortbread cookies and some popcorn. So enjoy. Welcome to the day of my life. I'm two-man dog in Canada. Want me to sing something while I'm doing this? I actually surprisingly have, some mornings I do. I have a lot of energy, and then, when a podcast is doing well, it energizes me, and I have been up for a little while, but sorry that you're not seeing me. For those that just tuned in, you will in a moment. I'm charging it. Don't worry, I'm not scary. Just kidding. I'm a loving, hippie type individual. You're like, oh, those are the worst. And if you truly do think that, then this isn't a podcast for you. But if you either are a lovey hippie type or you like those kind of people, it's the right place for you. Get cozy, grab a favorite beverage, grab a munchie of some sort, and I will be right with you. Soon you will be hearing the talented piano of G from the GNC. He has to head to work shortly, so he can't stick around and chat with you. I can. He can't necessarily take song requests unless you say something that I know he knows and he can find it quickly. His forte is classical music, but he has branched out of that in recent years. So we got 11 of you here. I think it was 5, and then it went to 11. It's nice to have you all here. I just got to put the phone down for a moment more. We're charging it, and then more fabulousness will occur. 12 is a lovely number. It is great. I can't think of a song that mentions it, so I'll make one. Do I need to do anything else with my coffee other than drink it? You're like, oh, 6 people just left. Half of them left. They're like, oh, just one of those weirdos that sings everything? I understand. That's not for everybody, and it can be annoying. And no, I don't, because it can be annoying. It's not even for me. But I do sing a lot. And I am musical. So if I have any song requests, feel free. And I thought I made a decent cup of coffee, but it's quite sweet. I think I'm just going to top it up a little bit. Would you like to top up on your coffee? You're like, you don't sound Canadian, you sound British. Oh, hello. Good morning, Jacqueline. I mean, a lot of Canada is very culturally diverse. And even though there's 2 or 3 things that I think of that are going to have nothing against otherwise sounding British. Although some people would say, are you mocking us? And I'd say, of course not. I'm loving ya. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving Brits. I had a bit of coffee already. Can you tell? Just kidding. Plus, I'm feeling good. And if you're watching this and you're not feeling great, something's wrong with you. No, just kidding. No. If you're watching this and, see, it's the difference of saying it in a way that's obviously joking or if I was to say it as something's actually probably wrong with you, like, go get looked at. Okay? Like, seriously. No. But, I mean, possibly you might be suffering from depression. You might be struggling in your life right now. And so, some people may see this and say, I wish I felt that good and perky. I want you to know I don't always, okay? But this is something that helps is coming to YouTube and being with the community here, informing the community more so, and being myself and loving the people that love that. So We got 3 of you here. 2 of you have liked. I think one was... Oh yeah, that's one came with you, ironically. One's Jacqueline. How are you doing today? How are you doing? And to anybody who, like I say, is like, I wish I wasn't this lonely. Join the chat. You won't be lonely, you know? And you won't get bitten. Most likely, anyway. But if you are, you'll be once bitten, twice shy. Who's that by? I don't know. Do I want to know? Is it Meatloaf? No. Boop. 3 of you here. The 3 Musketeers. Musketeers. Woo. Here we go, baby. Let's party. Woo! I guess I'm still in party mode. I didn't get it out of my system yesterday. I woke up and I almost thought that I was going to require an ambulance ride or something. I don't know. I'm like, oh my gosh, what happened? I talked about it in the already previously recorded video this morning. I don't want to... I'll talk about it a bit, though. I will talk about it a bit, but I'll say it differently because I don't want to be repetitive. You know. What is your favorite children's song, by the way? And the other day, Jacqueline, I'd asked you if there was any songs that made you think of your mother or that were her favorite or whatever. I hope that wasn't an awkward question. I don't think you said at the time, although I still would like to, and I think I sent an email, I still would like to see that, what was it called? Soul Train that your mother was in? I'd like to see a video of that. Not because I don't believe you, but because I'm curious. And if any songs come to mind for any of the 6 of you that are here, 5 of you that are here, one of them, their phone may have died, they may have had something come up around them, or they may have misjudged or judged too quickly. Or maybe it's just at this point in time they're like, I'm too tired to keep up with this guy. Hey, I relate to you. I'm too tired to keep up with me as well, but, you know, I just got up, the day is just beginning, so I try. I just called to say, I just called. Oh my goodness, I was just thinking of that the other day when I was reaching out to somebody. I feel like I talked with them earlier that day, and it was like, I just called to say I love you and to ask you. Sorry, I don't want to alter it too much. To ask you, is this a weird breakfast? A muffin with some nuts and seeds, and you're like, why would anyone think that's a weird breakfast? That's totally a breakfast. It should only be a breakfast. Pineapples should not be on pizza. And to be honest, I half agree with that. I associate a certain pineapple dessert with a certain place that does not necessarily give me completely lovely feelings. So I kind of don't really like pineapple much anyway. Don't hate me, we're all different. I don't know why so many people hate it, just like I kind of don't know why so many people hate Nickelback. I mean, I'm not a super diehard fan of them, but I don't understand why they're disliked. I think sometimes people are just looking for something to dislike, you know. But I kind of feel like pineapple, you know, like I say, there's the dessert. I didn't mind it. But I also kind of feel like, and maybe some other desserts, maybe, I don't know, I haven't had a lot of pineapple desserts, kind of feel like it's the only thing that it should go on. They say it's very health benefits. They also say some other things, which I may not say here. But anyway, you know, I'm also feeling a coolness. You know, and the house was at our metric, I think 69 when I woke up. I think I put it to 70, 71. So not only the tingling numbness more than I am used to, but like, and I don't think it's because of like angels around, but like a coolness. I mean, yeah, the windows are maybe a little bit more cold, and definitely there's a sense of colder weather out there now. But which is a great segue to talking about health, and you may wonder how, and I'll tell you how in just a moment. But first, I wanted to ask if he's like, I'm not used to your podcasting. I don't want to talk to you. I want to say something. What do you want to say? Say now or forever have a piece of cake.
It's really cold out.
Okay, I figured as much. Anyway, so the muffin's not the part I was really asking about, but I do wonder, do you know the Muffin Man? Anywho, what I'm wondering about is if red wine flavored cheese and garlic olives are a weird combination. I meant to have it with my party, and this cheese is actually kind of strong, so I might not have it because I want to have it with something that I don't know if it's a muffin. I had it on pasta the other day. I barely noticed it different than any other cheese. Just not the gumdrop buttons. Did you catch all that joke, or just the first part, out of curiosity? Anywho, the rest of me is hot though, and it's really just like the top of this hand at the moment, and it was my feet until I put on socks. But you'd say, well, isn't that why socks are invented for, when you have cold feet? What do you do with a cold shoulder though? I mean, other than a shirt, shoulder pads. Just kidding. But um, I was distracted by cold parts and clothing. Just kidding. Sorry. Again, something to learn about this channel is no filter, and I mean that's not even necessarily. I mean, it makes sense in the context, but otherwise, anyway, and sometimes lame jokes. But what can you do? Make more of them, if I do say. But yeah, so I don't know. What else would I put it on though? Some people would say crackers, but would I is the question. I'm gonna put you back on the shortbread cookies, and that was funny the other day. Actually, I said I'm gonna lean this on. You mean we're muffin toppings? Yeah, and today you're Scottish cookies from a Canadian who has Scottish in background, and popcorn toppings. So enjoy, yummy, yummy. Just for a moment, cottage cheese? No. Oh, that stuff's gross. I'd sooner go to the cottage if I had one. It is red wine Bothwell cheese that I bought kind of as something to have for the birthday. And we both had a little bit of it, but it even doesn't even look like it's, I mean, it's kind of got that color. Oh, in all the wildness, I forgot to almost give Jean a sandwich. And he needs that protein and that fuel that we've done. Yeah, as I get close to you, like this would be completely yours. Oh, goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Hi. Hello, Sunny Bunny. He might just play with his ball for a bit. I'll be back on camera in a moment. I need to slow down for a moment. It's the second podcast of the day. Sorry about the noise. It is finished. Sorry about the podcast. Just kidding. It is not. And that's a great thing, I think. So there you have it. The olives I'm tempted. I don't know what else I'd have it on. Especially morning food. Cake? How's that different than a muffin? I mean, I guess that's why they call it a cupcake, come to think of it. It's a muffin cake. Well, then why don't they call it a muffin cake? Because it's in a cup. Right. Now that we figured that out, on with the day. Okay, G is going to play some piano in just a moment. He's like, wait, I wasn't ready yet. Well, you should be. It's time. It's the, oh, actually, you were running behind. Now you're actually quite early. Holy cannoli. No, well, actually, this is usually 7:55, so you're just like 3 or 4 minutes early. I'm thinking when you finish. What should I have eaten? No, a wrap. I think I might have that for lunch. And have pasta as the usual dinner, because I like to have it a bunch. And cake, soda cake, cake, soda cake, cake. You know what? Screw it. I'm having this cheese with this muffin, whether any of you like it or not. Eat it. Make a breakfast charcuterie kind of thing. A little of everything. I like a little of most things, and that's kind of what I'm thinking with the olives and cheese. Really, it's the muffin. It's the muffin that's the weird one. Oh, the muffin's fault. Whoops. A minute. That's the other thing I like about this, is it's easier to move around with it even if it doesn't, and it's easier to flip the camera and then flip it back, mostly, if I don't hit the wrong button. Because I'm sure you were all wondering, what does a half-eaten muffin look like? What does a muffin that's very hearty and someone who was distracted and maybe not as hungry first thing in the morning as he thought and put half of it back in the fridge, what does that look like? Cataroo art, not against religious comments, but you jumped right in with it, which makes me think that that's kind of your shtick, your what do you call it? Um, Fine if you believe that. I don't fully disagree, but as long as you're not here to preach, I'll keep you here, okay? Fair deal? Because the only one that could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. Sorry. I don't want him to get too into podcasting. He's got to get to work soon. And you are either just playing along. Oh, I think they left. So they're like, okay, I did my part. I let him know, as if he hasn't ever heard it before in his life. No offense. I mean, I'm not meaning to be mean to people. But I don't know if you're playing along or if you are religious. If you are religious, you're open-minded. I mean, I think that we all need... I don't want to say we all sin. We all make mistakes. And I don't want to be talking about Jesus playing piano, but here I am doing it anyway. I don't want to say that we all need God at some point in our life, but we all, yeah, all before 8 o'clock too. We all, a lot of us will struggle with loneliness at some point in time in our life. We will struggle with needing answers, feeling stuck, such and such. And sometimes, whether we have a lot of friends and family or not, we might still struggle with that. So it totally makes sense that some people would look to a religion for that, whether it's for community or otherwise. But it also makes sense that, but I also understand that some people might not. I've often thought that, and again, this is not to be mean to any of them. You sound like a hound dog, Sonny. Is that door open? Well, it could be. It's somewhat open, and it could be. He's running around like he has it right now. Or I could be wrong. It's just I got that vibe. But no, loudness sometimes goes past. Speaking of injuries, I think a friend of ours just recently nursed one. I might want to get the laptop because she just messaged me and I don't want to bring that in front, but I might see if she wants to join in. But I've often thought that, though, is true. That nothing necessarily against them, but it sometimes seems like some people, that's all they're about. They have no thoughts of their own. It's all from the Bible. And life moves on, and days become more modern thing. I don't know how to put it other than that, and I think you get what I'm saying. I just have to put you back down on the popcorn and the cookies. Enjoy. I'll be back. And you can... It was funny. I think he was kind of joking, but it's like, really, is that all it takes is seeing somebody eat to make you hungry? It also takes not eating very much. Okay, you know what, Tony? You're going to go upstairs if you're going to be like that. Maybe you don't have the ball, but you can stop. I'll get you something else. Sorry, it's morning and it's a little bit hectic, but it'll slow down and we'll have lots of fun. Like we already are. So, you're into fun, you're in the right place. Where did I put that cheese? Back in the fridge. What kind of silly thing is that? Sorry, he's barking. I'm going to go get him something to calm him down. Listen up, everybody. Listen. I don't like it being on 66 with another 6 on top of it. I'll tell you that much. One of those rare occasions. I don't usually, I talk about a lot of personal stuff. I don't usually get this personal, but I think it's only Jackie here. Now, actually, yes, even with that thing, unless I put it on the ground, just a moment here. Ugh. No, that's not food. No, neither is this. You're getting to be in the podcast today. Congratulations. Which one you want, Mr. You've trained us to give you treats so that you will not be too distracting in the podcast? Actually, most of these are a consistent size. There you are. And you just drop it? Well, you're not getting both. No, sorry. Nice try, though. Hi. Let's do some squats or whatever these are called. That was a moment for two and then 3 people to tune in on. Oh my gosh, that looks a lot like him. That's amazing. Hey, I'm plugging this back in, so you might briefly lose the connection signal. Connecting. You're going back on the popcorn and the cookies for a moment because I'm charging the device and have to take about, you might get a little bit more piano, but can I keep the momentum going? Multitasking. Not used to him being here on the podcast, but it's all good. We're happy to hear the piano music, hopefully. So, what'd you do with it, son? Hmm? So, just keeping it charging. Here for a moment. Do you smell the buttery popcorn? Do you taste the do you smell the Scottish aromas? Hopefully not hanging. Scottish or Scottish? Not trying to offend any Scots out there. Either that have the name or are the culture. I'm proud of my heritage, the little bit of it that I have. I might even don a kilt in this video if you're lucky. Then you won't be singing Do Not Raise Your Trousers. We don't have to talk about that. The dog is not. He's back to his ball. I took this from him because G will want to catch him to give him a hug before heading for work. But 4 of you here, things are going to slow down and get a little less hectic in a moment. You're like, you think this is hectic? You don't live my life. You're right. I don't. I live mine. I didn't know that, though. So thanks for reminding me. So welcome to the day in the life, or at least some of it. It's a fascinating and wondrous place to be. where one cannot find the spoons that are right in front of them, to get the olives that are right in front of them, that are humongous, that I really actually prefer to cut into smaller pieces, and the raw garlic is not that strong. And there's a little thing in here that says, eat well, laugh often, and love Mazeka, in the lid. Honey, you're being very annoying. I'm kind of waiting to get this back in one because you dropped it, and two because the hug, but a little bit more. Hopefully you'll be alright. Yeah, I didn't see anything over there, so if you didn't put it here, yesterday was really special because I felt a lot of things like presents of our loved ones that had passed away, and gave Dee a nice good hug before we went for work. And usually we put our dog in the middle of it, make it like a sandwich, come to think of it. But the dog's being distracting, and I might just have to give him this thing, and then he might not want to come be part of the lovely sandwich. You know, the hug before off to work thing. And then I'll be back. You know, it's good to appreciate our loved ones, right? Unless they're idiots. Then it's like, I don't need that toxicness. So, if you can be a bit more patient, Sonny, you can be in the hug sandwich. The hug wedge. And then we'll get a white wedge in here. Good Helen lover. No, white wedges. You'll love her. She's great. She's really down to earth. I hope I'm not promising anything that won't be, but I just invited her. So she looks like she's online, so. And you won't know who it is necessarily when you tune in. I could be just excited to see some random stranger, some random new follower, or I could be familiar with her. And that reminds me, she has had an arm injury, but that was a while ago, so hopefully she's all right. Jacqueline, you're still there? You're still square? Just kidding. Where'd you come? One olive is bigger than the other. Where's the consistency, I tell you, folks? And do I want to pan fry them or have them raw? I can't decide, so you tell me. You're like, I didn't come here to tell someone how to cook, how to eat their olives. Of course you did. Why else would you? No, just kidding. Doesn't mean I look at it. Oh, you got the ball now. Okay. Well, make up your mind. What do you want? Whoops. Daddy. Can you get on that area, please? Yeah. Speaking of so, I want to get on that. Taking prevention measures to get well there, but he can't anywhere, and that's the problem. So I don't know what to think. I really think it's over after thing. Did you push away? Okay, good. Let's get my wrist there. You're not joking, but you skip his feet on you. Oh, you are solid, son. Oops, I think actually, for root profit purposes. Okay. Enjoy the day, TJIF. Hopefully you're home early. I know I took one day. Okay. And now you see this, and now it's in your mouth. Now you see it, now you eat it. Somebody's going to be like, that's my policy. And here we are. At last the host has come along. Just a little snippet is okay to do a parody. That's what it's called. I'm glad when it keeps trying to rotate, it doesn't be wonky. Now, we are only at 55%. I really thought this was going to charge faster because I started at 30-something. But one of you is a new fan and quite likes me. I know that, so that's why you're doing it. And the other person I think was here. Well, I don't know. I just got here and it said 2, but I think it said 2 before I briefly left for like 2 minutes. But so you've been here for a few minutes, so you don't seem to mind being on top of cookies and popcorn as a thing for the phone to lean on for a moment. So I go back to my burning olive question and my burning wrists. my arthritis. Until you give me an answer, I'll have one uncooked. This is what eating an olive in the morning looks like. I don't do it often, so enjoy it. I have a feeling that this particular cheese tastes a bit like that. Like it's quite salty, maybe. Which is kind of the part of the idea I had. To ingest a whole bunch of salt and caffeine. Where's my coffee? And some people might say, you wonder why you have a health problem. Or possibly. Yeah, I do. Want to tell me? I'm all ears. Those still work. No, I mean, I do my best. I think that it doesn't really make sense for me to go to a doctor. I know what I need to do. I have ARFID. I'm a little bit picky. But I need to continue to eat well. I need to drop a bread clip. I'm going to put you on butter. Oh, no, that's not food. Anything that falls on the floor is food to you? What kind of dog are you? Just kidding. But yeah, Jacqueline, you're being kind of quiet. What's going on over there in your world? Just curious. Yeah, I haven't had that stuff for like maybe... I mean, I've been eating, drink coffee sometimes still. For like, I was like, there's somebody beside our house, but it's G in his vest. For like maybe, I'm surprised it's not colder with that door open. 20 minutes? 30 minutes? Jacqueline, are you okay? Because, I mean, there's two there. It doesn't indicate who, but I think you're still there. But you went a little quiet. And I know you've got great comfort here. And you can be able to meet your meals out here. Because I have my view and I come out it. So. I don't know if I have had, I not had them just as without anything. And yes, I mentioned the muffin. And I mentioned the cheese. But, I'm not putting them all in at once. So, anyway, we don't have to focus too much on that. But yeah, I mean, they're interesting. I don't mind salty stuff. To a point. And it's interesting how, like, garlic salt, regular salt, seasoning salt can all be a little bit different. You would think isn't salt, but well, no, you wouldn't. If you know that all these different salts exist, then you think they're all different. Or is that just how it's marketed? But no, these always kind of good like as this. So even if you told me to cook them, I might not listen. I would like to. I don't know. I gotta put this down for just a moment. So I am doing it a lot. Once this is fully charged. Lost one of you? I'm thinking it's still Jackie with us. I don't know. But it better be. But a bottle. This cheese isn't bad by itself. But Sonny's a little bit confused. Our dog Honey is a little bit confused because I'm doing stuff in the kitchen. He's like, I have this rawhide thing, this chew stick, but if you're in the kitchen, you might be dropping something for me. So it's like, I'm just going to stand here and stare at you. Like your number one viewer. Literally, more ways than one. Sometimes. Number one in more ways than one. Viewer. Like, what's going on? I guess I could plug this in the other room. I do want to try and get those chores done today. There's 2 chores, maybe 3. But I don't have to do them all today. We have a weekend with iffy weather coming up, so. Okay, I can't carry everything, or can I? I think I had a vitamin already today, didn't I? I think I did. There's only one of you here, and I'm not sure if it's Jacqueline or just someone who's preferring to be quiet. Not because I told them to, that's for sure. But we got 2 of you here. Does that mean that it's worth doing the next creative aspect of this? I think it does. So, be prepared to see a messy counter. I got this idea earlier. And I thought, I looked at it. And it's interesting because Grandpa was sort of mentioning something. I know, some people are going to be like, I meant to actually give it a bit of more of a distance view. I'll do that. Okay, the dog's eating this thing. Because some people are going to be like, ah! And some people might be more like, ah! with that view. But I struggle with clutter. There are certain things that I like to kind of keep my snacks separate from G's snacks because they differ a little bit. And even though we have a nice big pantry, I think he's got a lot of chips. He's got big boxes of cereal, which he eats on yogurt. Crazy, right? Well, I don't do it. I've only just started eating yogurt again. Well, actually, I don't know if I ever really ate yogurt. Maybe in things, but anywho, and I don't know. It just that's what it looks like. Kind of organized, though, right? Because he's more organized than me. That's what it really is. So it's a little bit of both, though. Anywho, but I figured some people would probably see that and say, I see chips, I see cookies, I see London, I see France. I would hope not. I see popcorn, I see grain bread, I see peanut butter, I'm seeing some good, I'm seeing some not so healthy. Therefore, I have a balanced diet. Yay me. Just kidding. And I'm eating cheese and garlic olives. So not bad. And I'm a good muffin. I'm actually really succeeding today. But, and this is me not gaining a big butt. But I like big butts and I cannot lie. Anyway, you other people, I don't want to genderize the butt or the anyway. That's acceptable, no filter. Somebody left just before that. Nobody's here at the moment, I don't think. We're an hour in. Hard to believe, but it's true. Hard to be true, but it's believe. Would this work? No, unfortunately. So, I need a pulling thread. Like a good little restaurant server. Hi Ray, how are ya? Top her up, and pour me a cold one. And otherwise I got the food handled. We come over here without burning our hand on the coffee. Or Sanders, Bernie Sanders. We're not meaning to be political here. And they say, why are you mentioning a politician? Because I like to do wordplay sometimes, and yeah, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. I don't think there's anybody here to hear it, but that's unfortunate for them, I guess, eh? Oh well. They can't all hear. You can't all. Not everybody can hear everything. That's for sure, right? As long as you hear most things. Just kidding. Okay. Oh, it didn't. Oh yeah, it did. Oh, it didn't. Oh yeah, it did. I mean, she's much older than me. I don't know if she could keep up with me at this time of the morning. I'm tempted to call her in. You wouldn't know her accent by her comments, so you wouldn't know it's the same person. But she also just went offline 4 minutes ago, so it's all good. I need to put some lotion on and grab my plate and put a pillow behind my back and fix this ever-sliding cushion. My podcast, they operate on a sliding fee scale. Somebody there? No. Okay. I was going to say I'm somewhat joking, somewhat not. But, what was it? I heard something about, you do things that you're asking for money. I mean, they have the option. And what did I hear? That when people pay to YouTube, do they get a cut even if they're not, just because their initial platform and then the other one does too? Is that how it works? It's been a while. Because that's what I think I was understanding from that guy that I was watching that didn't seem to know what he was talking about. Kind of like me sometimes. Sometimes being a key word. But then basically he was saying something about how something about they like to something about money and them making it and but it's also certain settings, but then some settings are auto. I don't know. I'm you may look at it and think you're still learning, but it's an hour in. The person that was just there for a few quick seconds doesn't look like they are now, so I won't explain it. I'll just keep going. I know the truth, and the truth will set me free, and it ain't a bad place to be. Just like on the couch next to me. Where is my Where is my lipstick? I thought I put it in my pocket, but I did not. No, I did not. But I'm gonna need it before long. Wow. And I've been struggling to keep track of it lately, actually. Well, I do know there's another one over there, and they do seem to pop back up without too much effort. So, I guess we'll hope for that. Oh. We'll hope for that. Oh. We'll hope for that. Oh. We'll hope for that. And then there is the other side of the unhealthiness. But, you know, we do what we can. We can what we do. Ah, Jacqueline kind of left abruptly. I hope she's okay. Well, at least it seems like she has. Y'all did, actually, to be quite honest. But it's a little bit more unusual when it's someone that you have come to like. And she seems like she's, you know, I picture her. I mean, she's not smiling, so she looks like a very serious sort. But she chats, you know, like, I mean, yes, I'm talking about her when she's not here, but I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just expressing my slight worry, to be honest. She seems like someone that likes to have some laughter and good times, and I'm really not sure what happened. Maybe her phone died. I could be wrong, so please don't quote me on it, but seems like the type that might not currently be working or in school. But then she also says the point about being lonely even when you're around people. And not that long ago, I actually spoke about that. I'll speak about it again now, because why not? Because I figured it out. I figured it out. And YouTube can help with that, but it's all about having the balance and the different variety, right? But, maybe she's just like, I'm going to go eat and not have this playing in the background. That's what, that's the part I'm confused about. Unless she usually meditates around breakfast and she's like, you may meditate, but I don't think it's in your plans right now. And I, you know, you look like you have too much energy right now to meditate, so I'm going to meditate and come back. But again, this is where communication is helpful. You know, I mean, I will forgive this, but it's kind of like, would have been better, it would have been nice to say, why? It's like, I'm back, and if you're asking why I left, let me tell you. I hate you. Just kidding. Let's work it out. We can work it out. We can work it out. It's like, I don't hate you. I hate the fact that my kids can't get themselves to school. I had to walk the dog. I had to cook because I don't have a butler. Could be anything, right? Because I think she likes me. In a friendly, fellow YouTuber kind of way. So. And, you know, spend a few minutes. You'll become addicted. I mean, not to toot my own bugle. I know some people might think, oh, he sounds like he's got a huge ego. No, I've got confidence. Self-deprecating humor a little bit, but that's actually the opposite of that joke, I would say. That's more, what's the word? More kind of, not being inaccurate. What's the word I'm looking for? The opposite of self-deprecating humor. Not as low confidence, actually, is the only way I can think of it. And although sometimes I struggle with that, sometimes I don't. And that's what that looks like. That's what that looks like. It's, I'm happy, I'm feeling good, I'm spreading the happiness and good feelings, hopefully, to you. And if you already felt them, why not feel them a little more, right? You know, as humans, we will go through a mixture of emotions. It's kind of the way it is, right? But if we can focus on the happiness, I mean, I'll tell you this much. If you've seen my channel before, I hate to say the spiel, but I sometimes feel like some people need the spiel before mention this kind of thing. So stay with me on this. If you don't, I will get mad. No, I, if you don't agree with what I'm about to say, tell me. Let's try and have a conversation, see if we can get on the same page. If we don't, then this might not be the channel for you to be watching. And two are already left, but I thank you, the one that stayed. It's like, yeah, it's me. I'm just doing something here. And I'm like, of course it's you because you're lovely, Jackie. Or maybe it's somebody else who's lovely. Anyway, point of the matter being, I'll say it because with my experiences, with my with the experiences that I've had in this area, it's only recently that I feel like, and I'm not even sure which one of my loved ones told me, and that may sound weird, but I'm saying it that way because I'm talking about that life goes on from the afterlife, and I strongly believe it because I have. Thanks for the like. I have had certain experiences, lovely, pleasurable, non-demonic ones, thankfully. And one of the things they said, or that I've heard, and maybe I've just repeated it a couple times since, or maybe they've reminded me, and I will tell you, although it's okay to feel sadness, to feel grief, to feel um, other feelings, our angels, they understand, but they want us happy. They want us remembering good memories, making lots of new ones as we go about our life. They don't want to see us sad. They understand. They don't judge. And you do need a balance in life, but that's what the message is with that. It's, if you're just, I'm not telling you that you're wrong when you're feeling sad or you're feeling grief, but I'm telling you that you do have to keep living life. You do have to try keep enjoying it because it's more pleasurable that way, isn't it? Right? So, and I mean, do I follow my own advice? I try to. Having the great YouTube community and occasionally other great things in my life help. So I'm thankful. Little update for those that saw the previous one, because there was quite a few people at least watching, and there's two here now. Um, it might be because I'm holding the phone because it's charging. This hand, which was the one that I woke up feeling iffy with, um, and that's right because it is the right one, is still a little bit numb. Like the arthritis has been worst. And I don't really think, I mean, I might be playing a bit more music, but otherwise, with like on devices, I'm not doing any more than I usually would. And on podcasts, I'm not typing. I mean, maybe occasionally I'm putting something, or multitasking, or putting something in the chat, or like right now, like I said, I'm holding the phone because it's charging. Otherwise, I'd probably need it on something. But and I even had my hot slash warm cup of coffee, and I was like, okay, it's nice, but I don't know if it's helping the feeling in my hand. This one feels pretty much about the same as the other one at the moment, and you're like, I'm not a doctor. You're not a doctor. Anyway, that's fine. You don't have to be. I'm just saying because, you know, I'm saying. That's why. So, my feet aren't bad, but yeah, it's something I've been noticing more. Even before I became older, just the other day there. I've been noticing it probably for a month-ish. But yeah, I really do think that diet, exercise, vitamins for any deficiencies, and that you might need to get because you're not maybe willing to eat certain foods. It doesn't mean that you can't get those things in other foods, I suppose, but when you're fairly picky, it might mean that, you know. Um, and a lot of people will say, listen to the body. And it's true, I think, that it does give us messages as well. It does um, it does give us kind of warnings as far as like if something's up. Um, so I don't think I need to book a doctor. I don't really want to go through the hassle of even though it's not far, walking there, I don't think I need to. I just think I need to keep doing the best that I can as I'm doing, and whether if there's some ambivalence in that, which there might be as well, there's some ambivalence in it, you know. So yeah, so I do feel like the longer I've been up, I was surprised as soon as I started moving that it wasn't improving, but the longer I've been up, I think it is. I'm really surprised that I found this energy, but it's amazing what sugar and conversation and starting the day, even if not physically feeling good, otherwise feeling good, it. I just hope the momentum continues. You know, because even though I say that life is always a bit of a variety, it's best when that's a good variety. You know, if whenever possible. So, like as far as like good things. Now, speaking of, and I really didn't take that much cheese, and there was only that little bit left of that muffin. It seems like I've been eating it for a long time, doesn't it? You're like, yeah, it feels like you've been eating it for years. And if we're talking about on various occasions, I guess that's accurate. I don't know how long I've been into these kind of muffins. It's been a long time up until recently that I've had them. And I don't know if I've ever had this kind of cheese. It actually isn't bad just itself. So, nobody's here right now, but I'm thinking to myself, what would I like to do today? It's again that kind of gray but kind of bright sky. That makes sense. It's now in the temperatures. Um, I don't know. Let me check. I really, it's great that we have that thing, but still, with chargers in the bottom of phones, I don't know if the newer phones. This is not that. I don't know if the newer phones, but have it in a different spot because I know the headphone jack is on the top. But that's, I mean, in some ways, maybe it was intentional. I don't know. That design is kind of good because maybe it's trying to tell people that when you need to charge it, just let it charge, unless you want to be having to hold it, even if your wrists and your hands are acting up because you're getting old and all that stuff. Just let the thing charge and do other things. Okay, well, I happen to have a laptop too, so I'll just go to a different device. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just the way you know my living situation is right now. I mean, you know, and when the weather's starting to change and become more wintry, when I really think I should not even live in a winter climate, but I don't see it changing, it's kind of like I'm kind of okay that I don't have to go and answer to anybody. That I don't have to rush off. As far as like in a job, that I don't have to rush off and you know I kind of like the slower paced morning. I sometimes feel like I'm living a retired lifestyle. And I am an old soul, but yet also a late bloomer, if that makes sense. So, um, but this head was actually starting to feel a little bit better. So, yeah, it took quite a bit of movement to notice much difference. I would say that it was the worst I'd noticed it in, if not, if ever, in a while. It does get into the pluses, and it's supposed to just be a cloudy day. A few showers, it says, from 3 o'clock. Unfortunately, then G has to bike home from work and doesn't work with a lot of people that live in the area, and they drive, so they don't necessarily have to be close to where they live. Um, or that would be able to accommodate a bike, such and such, such and such. So hopefully this isn't accurate. But from about, what did I say? 3 o'clock to about 9 or 10, and then it changes to flurries all the way until about 3 or 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, if accurate. So if I was gonna go do anything, and I do have a bit of extra money, and it is kind of sunny, and he's like, I'm tuning in, and he's talking about the damn weather again. This old fart. But that tree I think takes a lot to move it, and it. I just looked at it and it's moving. Was I seeing things? Let's look a bit longer. No, it's moving. I was like, maybe I am. No, it's moving. And if it's moving, I think that means it's pretty windy. Although, looking at this, it says that currently it's gusting. I don't know I don't know how they can tell it. Sometimes they maybe can't. I don't know how you can feel a difference. Blah 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 blah. This is not how I operate. Southeast. No, I'm gonna just say it's 10 kilometers an hour. I know that 50 is a lot. So, and then it says it's this, but it's gusting to this. Well, if a wind is not gusting, what is it? I guess a breeze. I don't know. Anywho, um, if it's not gusting, it's disgusting. I don't know. So we got it at 10. But actually, right around 9 o'clock, in about 15 minutes, it's supposed to double. But double that with the gusts. And then be that for a few hours. And then go back down to 10 in the early afternoon once the rain starts. And I don't know what I just did there, but anyway. So, I really don't think, and he's looking at this bit, I really don't think that I'm going to go anywhere. I have nothing to go anywhere and do. And, but I do have a bit of money, it's true. And I agree that I had to get a new garden. I think I'm able to everyone possibly not. But, I was watching at this point, and I don't know if they'd watch this for him, but I should be careful. But, I mean, unless you know what bank and I can hear these little bases and you know my name or whatever. I really don't think that you can do much anyway with that, but I can always reset it. I hope I wouldn't have to replace my card. If it hasn't expired, I shouldn't have to. But I'm good. We have the joint account right now because I don't have an income coming in very much, so I think I'm alright as is. And it's one thing if you can afford to save money. It's another thing when you kind of just need it to keep going. And I recently lost $70 on a gift card uh, for like a grocery store. So luckily I got two because I got one for Christmas early because they were worried about a postal strike, and I guess they didn't want to send it special mail because it wasn't a parcel. Because I don't want to say that they're not thoughtful. I mean, the gift cards are helpful, and food is expensive these days. But this particular relative, um, she's been doing it for years. That one thing that is really nice, and some people might think I wouldn't do it, is she doesn't require anything from me. I think she knows that I am struggling. That I honestly, I don't. I guess I could keep an envelope that she sends me, and then I'd have it. It's just a boring sounding address, but I don't. I don't know. I don't. Um, um, I do not remember what I was saying. No, so I wouldn't know what she wants either. I know the kind of work she's done. I know that she's into some sports. Uh, but and to send a parcel, especially with the postal service lately, it is okay at the moment, but it's been a little iffy. But yeah, so anyway, but for whatever reason, she doesn't expect me to ever send anything. None of my family does, and a lot of them don't send anything anyway. So that's kind of all right, I suppose. But so she sent a Christmas one and a birthday one, And I accidentally, although she was thoughtful about it, she put the one, I think it was just a sticker, but with a Christmas themed sticker, and the other one with a birthday themed sticker. And normally I have a good eye for detail, but I didn't then. And I opened the Christmas one first, very early. Um, and then I opened the other one, and then I lost one of them. So before I lost the other one, I went and spent all but a few cents on it. It's just kind of, how it worked with rounding or whatever. But yeah, and you mostly buy it online, but I can give it bills or whatever. So it's all good. So yeah, in other words, I need more. But it's optional. It's completely optional. But it, what's the word? Um, Preferred. Just kidding. But what do? Ooh, sun. Ooh, sunshine. Fancy. It doesn't look well. It doesn't. It doesn't. On and off, it looks kind of windy. But if I was gonna go do anything today, I'd have to figure out what it is, and I should do it earlier in the day while the weather's at least decent. But going back to that weather thing for a moment, the weekends are, or one of the days on the weekend is actually looking pretty decent now, if this is accurate. But Wednesday and Thursday next week, which is a bit of time away still, actually Tuesday would be quite lovely if it wasn't a 40% chance of rain. It would be very lovely for this time of year. Very, 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 very. A person comes in and happens to watch to this point, and they're like, "Is this thing glitching?" No, intentionally though. Intentionally though. Yeah, it's where I live in Canada, the part of Canada that I'm in. It's very rare for this time of year to see plus temperatures. And this week we don't have, but next week at the moment it looks like 1, 5, but with rain, 1, and then 4. Um, so I'm thinking those 2 days I might try and go somewhere, so I might need some ideas. Unfortunately, I won't be able to bring you with me because right now my devices only work with the internet with Wi Fi. And it can be a little bit tricky to get Wi Fi when you're out, especially if you're moving and grooving, right? So enjoy it while I'm at home, while we're got each other's company here, and then two of you leave here at the same time, or at least it looks like it. I don't know if that's a glitch that this device uses too, but I mean, I'm very tempted. If I didn't have this one built up already, I'm very tempted to switch over to the laptop because sometimes it only kind of glitches, but it's like the chat doesn't show, but otherwise it's fine. Other times, yeah. Other than that, it's usually pretty stable. But so is this. I mean, I'm not complaining because this is actually behaving quite well too. I just hope it continues to. So I know that you know others may not really, might not get much from seeing me plan my day, but but it may include you. It may, it could possibly include you, and wouldn't that be lovely? I mean, if we make it so, right? So, I just said, and I feel like I'm repeating it, but at the moment, this video is doing not bad for considering algorithms and all the things that are on YouTube. But just before you tuned in, it was a little quiet, but welcome. So I'll say again, I'm going to talk. Okay, I think you left. I think you did. If not, tell me otherwise. Anyway, so what do I want to do? What do I want to do? And do I want to do it? What do I want to do in Malibu? Hmm. Hmm. Wonder I do. Uh, the wonder. Anyway, So, like I say, this may not be the most interesting part of the video because I'm just trying to decide. Okay, you're like, well, in that case, bye. Didn't you even wait to see the reason? Or it looks like you left anyway. To hear the reason and see it because I'm delivering it visually. I'm delivering it beautifully, very poetically, if I do say so. And lately, I have this joke that where I say, if I do say so, and it seems like I do, or something like that. But I'm just trying to decide what I want to do next in my day. But it will likely be something at home, and I'm happy to invite you to join me. You're like, oh, that's right. Speaking of my day, I can't sit around much longer. You just got here a few seconds ago. You're like, yes, but I was watching 2 live streams before that. Possible. No, it's not always. It's not. It might be weird to some people, but it's a good reminder that I'm not always the reason why people dine and dash. Just kidding. um, Speaking of dining, I just had the greatest breakfast. And if it's who I'm thinking it is that just tuned in, you know what I had. And actually, even if it's not, it was mentioned in the chat. Not by me. I'm not. Well, it was mentioned in the video by me. Anywho, what do I want to do? I'll tell you what I see before me. A lovely hippie. Oddly enough, you kind of see that before you right now, too, don't you? Well, I mean, I did kind of define myself that way earlier, so how would you define me and how would you define you? I almost was going to say, how would you define me and you? But that may come across a certain kind of way. And some of you might be like, all for it. Some of you would be like, okay, that was weird. But who's the weird one, really? you know, just kidding, just kidding. We're all a little weird. Little weird. Weird. So, I just happen to be weird with a beard. Beard on beard, no, really weird. I always mean to say, and maybe I can actually do it. I'm rolling on this one, but that's something I want to know. That's something of which I desire to find out. If I go here, so there was already 3. If I go here and I go queer, then I go queer here. Can I? I can't, until afterwards. I can't do it on here. That's a benefit to do it on there. Although, I don't know if there was still room in the title. But I'll try and remember afterwards to put no filter. The thing is that it's not the same bunch of people that always are going to notice me. So sometimes you have to repeat things because of that. Like there's just different people. Oh, okay. I thought that was Jesse McCartney. I was like, he's like aged 30 years rapidly. And anyway, oh, okay. I will that. Yeah. What was I saying? I don't know. What were you saying? What would you like to say? What would you like to talk about? Actually, that was part of the title, and we kind of covered some of the other stuff. I said, and we can chat about, or didn't I? Didn't I just see that? Or was that the previous one? Chat about an interest. Comma is what I meant. G plays piano, etc. So, is there something that you're passionate about, an interest that you have that you love to talk about, that you'd like to talk about, or even love to talk about? And I am going to do that. And also, feel free to like and subscribe and hit that notification bell. Leave was not one of the options I gave. But it looks like the option you took, unless that's inaccurate. Inaccurate and inaccurate. And is it this one? I think so. So, a needle pulling thread. Anyway, but I'm going to talk through what I might want to do next, and it likely will be something that I don't mind podcasting, that I would be happy to invite you to join me with. So, what do I see before me? So, see, All right. What do I see before me? I see, and what do I see after me? What do I see beside me? Well, let's start with the first one, I guess. Um, like if I'm being really literal, because of the window I just brought up on here, um, there's really not much to talk about on it, to be honest. Whoops. Uh, but prior to that, I had the video, I guess, still open from last night, although I only remember watching it on the cell phone. No, I had it open on the laptop too. Um, and it's a guy that I, in kind, briefly, have mentioned once, maybe twice before. Um, you know, again, not saying anything bad, kind of plugging his channel, although I don't think I said what it was called. Um, but how could you say anything bad about? I mean, but he's doing all right, and he actually has a heart. Truth be told, let me plug back in for a moment here. He actually he does okay, and this is not putting the blame on one of us more than the other. But he multi-streams. I do not. So, and he does very well. Although it is true that it does seem like he says that his YouTube's a bit more quiet than the other spot. Um, but but he it's somewhat my writing style maybe, but he also struggles to kind of keep up with what he's thinking, what he's doing, comments coming in, and I think in some way I think he realizes that even though I'm part of that equation, there's other aspects, there's other reasons as well. But I I have nothing really bad to say about this individual. Um, you know, into um, normally hand tattoos. I mean, especially with the way my hands have been lately, but with the bones and sensitive cartilage or whatever there. Whoops, what did I do? Um, what's going on here? Tape, please. Okay, I might have to restart. Oh, nope, here we go. Why is this being slow? There we go. That was odd. Anywho, maybe I was double hitting it. That's sometimes what happens with the likes. I'll wait till somebody tunes in because I think it's worthwhile for them to hear it. Statistics, although this one's doing pretty good. And I'm only 85% doing my content. But, ooh, now my leg is pulsing in an odd way. But I don't know if I should play his content within this. The way I'm doing this video, I totally could. I actually was going to see if he is live streaming right now. I don't know if when he does his long streams he takes the following day off. I don't know. But um, and I really do need to kind of work in this window a little bit later. Or maybe now. I don't know. I'd really like to not have to hold this thing. But it's almost fully charged, so that's the main thing. Um, and really, I don't want to be distracted by any particular lives that might be interesting while I'm rolling. Um, in fact, I think I would get a notification if he was live. So, just like you may have. Or you could if you hit the subscribe button and notification bell. They're like, I don't like to be told what to do. I was only suggesting. They weren't like that, but they didn't stick around either, but whatever. Is he still?
Hi.
Nope. Nope. But that means Amaretus could come. Is it me or is he looking better and better all the time? I know he never seems to come to my videos. I know he really didn't plan accordingly based on the conversation that me and somebody else were having with that one song. I also don't necessarily think he needs that mic, and it looks like he's got two of them he's wearing, and they're a little distracting even if they are tiny. But it is true that he is somewhat soft spoken. Maybe people told him, I can't hear you. I've never had a problem. So it could be that they don't have their volumes up. But otherwise, love him. Love him like a dandy. And even though we had a couple of, what do you call it? So moments the other day on his stream, he handled it well. He communicated well. I tried my best to. He had empathy. I mean, I don't need to say this when nobody's here because I know this already. I know this. So I'll wait. I'll wait. Thank you very much. Hopefully not very long because I don't have any audio playing, and I think that I need to be careful what audio I have playing in podcasts. But and I must look at this. I'm just overwhelmed by devices and stuff, to be honest. Although that one lady that runs the coffee shop that streams, uh, um, she has the music playing and sings with it and all that. She could just be the music with her energy and her singing voice. Be the music. I forget what her name is. I don't even know if I know it. And you won't know mine other than C, unless you know mine, but don't tell anybody. Um, but anyway, so I don't know. Maybe sometime I'll ask if I can plug his channel by playing a bit of his content in mine. But he's not live right now, and I mean, looks like with him too, unless this has to be reloaded. Um, it's mostly when it's live, not as much after, as far as like new comments. But every now and then, it is nice to see that sun, but it's windy. Uh, how is it? How is it where you're at? How are you doing today? Welcome. Like I'm not telling you, I don't know you. Oh, and I seem like such a bad person. You know. Oh, I almost can't stand the badness. I say it because they left, but again, can't take it personal. Sometimes you gotta laugh it off in one way or another. Um, yeah, I think I just made that. Uh, so, like I say, Amarita should be available. And I'm glad that anybody who watches this has a bit of time to visit and chat and hopefully end up liking, subscribing, and hitting the notification bell. Yeah, he's only had one comment under his video since, but like I say, he is popular. He's popular. He even gets gifts and money. That's the way to do it, folks. And he was actually talking about something the other day, which I hope to learn more about. I don't even remember what it was called, but it could be worth knowing about. So, um, I just had a bit of a funny creative idea that to some people will look like this guy is crazy. And you'd be half right. Which also means you're half wrong, of course, right? And wrong. And I'm glad that I didn't judge too quickly certain someone that was on my video the other day by what he went by, or even this morning. And actually, that's the only two times I can remember it happening, which is surprising. I guess it did happen again at one point this morning, but it seems spammy, and I just it was it's something that I was iffy about. But let's make this an interactive live stream adventure. Let's continue with that. I mean, in a way, they all are that, but I bring my uniqueness to my own uniqueness to it, and you can bring yours. And we'll enjoy each other's company for a little while, and uh, and love and do some music and all that stuff. So, how am I thinking to help make this interactive? One idea I have, maybe we can roll with it. We are rolling with it. Is do you want to direct my focus on my lap in front of me I have no filter sometimes. That's something to know about me. I'll try and fit it in the title when I go back and see if I can. Right in front of me, to my right side, to my left side, or another room in the house. Tell me that part, and then we'll go from there. I am wanting to close that door soon, though, because it is kind of cold. There's one other reason, but really it's because there's a draft coming in. I'll do that in a moment. Ugh. At the moment, it was, things were pretty active in here, and then it went quiet for a bit. So at the moment, there's only one of you here. So I mean, I don't mean to put you on the spot or pressure you, but no rush, just hurry up. That's a phrase we like to use in our home. Um, but at the same time, if you don't say, and even if you do say, if you've decided at some point that to say, I can work it in. But at the moment, we're at 77%. So I think that's good enough to get up and walk with. We got a second person viewing just in time to see me very excitably or very talentedly, humorously close this door. And when one door closes, does another open? Wasn't planning to open one, no. But as far as opportunities, windows and doors of opportunities, and it's a lot brighter by that sunlight than it. Well, actually, it is kind of bright. Um, we can see what we can. What are some opportunities that you hope to have in your life? Sorry about the sun. I'm gonna stop moving in a moment. What are some opportunities that you hope to have in your life? What are some of the favorite opportunities that you have gotten to experience in your life? I'll stop talking and let you put. That being said, at the moment I don't have a whole lot else to do. Well, no, I do. And then I'll try and think of mine. And your answer might help inspire my answer, or I might be able to think of something in it myself. But I just have to step away for a moment, so don't do anything I wouldn't do. Just kidding. So, yeah, I look forward to what you might say. And I sure hope you do. I think it's a great question, to be quite honest. Not to toot my own question forming bugle. I say toot your bugle sometimes. But anyway, we're back. Why is it so cold in here? Let's heat things up. Woo! Okay. No, there's something I'm thinking somebody might say to that. Give it a moment and think before so. That being said, I'd almost rather you do, because then I know. But, it might not mean what you think I mean. I'm a very fun and diverse person, so keep that in mind. I like that. I'll be back on screen in about 5 minutes. You're like, why did you say 5 like you were from the deep south? snow on the ground. The first snowfall, I didn't actually see it coming down all that much. I just saw it once it got there mostly. But, and now you can see me now that I've gotten back. We've got one person here. I'm not sure if it's one of the ones that was there before I briefly left or if it's somebody else. So I will quickly grab my lotion, and if you'd like to say, feel free. Heat and lotion. So, any burning questions? How do you have this much energy? Anything else you'd like to ask? Ask away. I know I had went upstairs and left you with a question, or left the video with a question, whether it was you that was here or not, I don't know. And some people might say, just ask God, he'll give you the answer. I don't think this one's going to work like that. And it's interesting, my bright thought right after wasn't what it is now, a few minutes later, which is somewhat surprising, and I don't know what that's saying. I don't know if it reflects on something else I've said recently. I don't know what it's saying. But basically, right now I'm kind of thinking, well, I have asked him for some things. And although I'm thankful for what I have, and although I am blessed to have a house, to have, the person and the dog that I live with, to have talents, to have this day, to have breath, to have laughter, to have this platform. I will stop with this poetic rhythm unless you'd like me to continue it. But although I'm blessed to have those things, whether I have said, please God, or whether I, as an agnostic person that I am, or whether I have just hoped, I'm certainly not saying, well, I deserve this and I need this. And I'm being reasonable, I think, with some of the things that I'm hoping for in my life. And yet, some of them I'm still not getting. And it has really been hard. It has caused some depression, if I'm being honest. And I'm not going to sit here and say it's from the opposite of what a lot of people would say of God. But I standing here thinking for a moment, how can it be of God? This is where one of my religious beliefs, not to get hugely into religion, but if we respect each other and we have an open mind, it's okay. This is where one of my religious beliefs is that he does exist, and I have a couple of reasons why I believe this, but he's not as mighty as a lot of people think he is. Even though he's God, he might be the most mighty being that could be, but I don't know, I don't hate, but I don't resonate super much with the phrase rest in peace, for instance, because I know that our angels are actively with us in various ways as we go about our lives. But I would say that they're fairly mighty in a good way, like they are very powerful. A lot of people would say that about God, and we don't have to get into the other thing, okay? I mean, even though I, keep it like at your depression at Bay. By the way, does anybody where they live have a store called the Bay? I'm curious if there's more than one place in the world that has. I mean, I know there's a childhood song that you may or may not know, so to incorporate a little bit of music into this, down by the bay, where the watermelons grow, back to my home, I dare not go. I think I'm combining two childhood songs, perhaps. That sometimes happens, I think, especially with with music. Am I? I don't know. Do you know that song? Because I'm pretty sure it wasn't about the bay that I'm thinking of now. And I know that there's a place that has one that I thought was the only one in the city until I found out that it wasn't. I was just looking for my... And you may be wondering, why am I talking about the bay? Because there was one thing, aside from depression, that I would tell people I'm keeping at bay today. Anybody that struggles with depression or knows somebody that does knows that it's not necessarily always a choice. It's not necessarily always easy. And anybody who thinks that, just be happier, doesn't get it. Hasn't had it affect them yet. I don't want to say they're not living the human experience, but they're missing something. And I'm not saying I'm not saying it's great either. But it's just whether it's, and depends on the person, Sometimes they very much know, or they dabble. But just a moment. Thinking of a depressed transgender person at the moment. Not being mean to either of them, by the way. And maybe, kinda, sorta, maybe. I don't know. Are you a depressed transgender person? Okay, I'll let you ask some of the questions. I won't just ask them all and then answer them. But not quite and kind of. Anyway, but it's just like if somebody if people would rather be happy. As I said, our angels would rather that too. And if you want to say God would rather that. People would rather not, be a minority that may more so be a majority now and experience hate and bigotry sometimes. And I think that the world's getting better at that kind of thing. But they'd also rather be their true selves. They also sometimes are truly dealing with something difficult. Whether it's genetics and other reasons. Like I say, if they could choose not to, they would. So, that being said, we can do things. Whether it's come to enjoy the YouTube community as a podcaster, as a viewer, as simply just a watcher, although don't be shy. Feel free to like, subscribe, hit the notification button, and all that good stuff. And I'm just going to look because I felt kind of cool on that thing I was wearing the other day. Where did I put it? I'm kind of cool anyway, but I'm extra cool, and I mean, maybe even Dahlia will tune in. I feel mixy feelings. Sometimes we do about things, but I'm certainly liking the sun coming through the window. I'm certainly liking to put on a little bit bling. And that's not to say, oh, I'm tough and I'm like, trying to be cool. It's just to say I like wearing a little bit of bling every now and then. I was partying the other day and I was doing it and I liked how it felt. So, 53. Okay. So, I'm doing that for myself today and I'm hopefully doing it for you. Where it's like, I could sit and socialize in a different way, perhaps, or just watch stuff and watch other people doing neat things online or whatever. Or I could be that person. And you can too if you choose to be, even in the conversation here, where, you so in some ways, okay, it might be a choice, okay? But how do I put it? You might even already be agreeing with me. You ain't liking, commenting so I don't know. But sometimes it is consuming. And it doesn't feel like a choice. It's the best way that I can put it. And if we go back to the previous question, what are my favorite opportunities that I've gotten in life? What opportunities do I want? I put that out there for you to answer. I'm struggling to answer it myself. I think in some ways it's stuff I've talked about fairly often on here. And in general, well, kind of, sort of. As in, things have been a bit slow and stagnant lately. There are things I want to do. But there are hurdles to get past. And I might be able to help you with a hurdle that you're struggling with in your life easier than I can in mine. And that would make us both feel good. And who knows, it might even help mine. But it also would help yours, and that's pretty cool. So if you got one, feel free to put it in the comments. I live to help, and I die not getting to. So, and I seem like I'm meant to be alive here doing something. And this is the something that that I'm doing right now, if you didn't notice. So I'm kind of looking at the one part of that one question. What are some opportunities that I've been thankful to have had in my life? I mean, the most obvious one is being a YouTuber, because I'm doing that right now, and I've been doing it often. I mean, and so I am going to turn on this light, even though it's bright. Yeah, earlier when I was standing too long, it's like my knees were starting to feel it. My back wasn't too bad. It's kind of that same feeling now, but it's a lovely thing, to create a lovely YouTube community and to get to know people. Although I could do that other ways, and some people may say, and those ways are better, but you're sitting here on YouTube, or they might say, I've seen you roll a number of times, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, maybe you should do some of that kind of thing. I would say mind your own business. No, I would say I don't disagree. And it's not that I don't either, but only someone who doesn't drive and has a bad transit system and knows that cabs can be expensive, and there was even a scam going on with cabs not that long ago, at least locally, knows that when you don't drive, things are harder. People that do drive, they might empathize a little bit, and empathy is a very important thing in communication. But they have the, it doesn't come without, expenses and other, considerations and the risk of being in an auto accident. And I mean, that's how my dad died. That's how a cousin of mine passed away as well. Maybe this is why I don't drive. It doesn't mean I avoid ever being in cars, but even that doesn't really happen very often. Again, at this point in chapter in life, with mostly acquaintances and not a lot of living in local family, who would I be getting in a car with? I mean, this makes me think of something that really annoyed me the other day, and I don't know if I should say it because I'm not quite identified, but I recognize me in the area. Maybe I am. And you've been here and you've been listening, and I don't seem like I've don't take this the wrong way, but I don't, it doesn't come across as if I don't mean in a suggestive way, but I've turned you off. You're intrigued, you're curious, you're sitting here, you're listening, and I appreciate it. And if you might happen to be a person in a certain group who saw an anonymous poster who was saying I might need help with a favor because of some health things I'm going through, which slows the person down in some ways, although obviously not in all of them, and decided, and then heard the person say, oh, I understand being careful, but I feel like, that works both ways. Like, I feel like, I forget what the wording was, but something to the effect of, and I don't know if that person's watching. I don't know if that sounds like a murderer. I mean, you watch too much of a certain type of media, perhaps, because how the heck do you get that from what's being said? But again, sometimes the written thing maybe. But there was one person that said something about, what was it I said? Something to the effect of, yes, I agree that they have to be careful, but I think that I'm the more vulnerable one, or something like that. And they says that sounds exactly like what a crazy person or a murderer would say. I'm thinking, huh? How? I don't get it. I do not get it. Some people have a screw loose. Sometimes more than one. So. And it's weird that right after that story, the person dashed off. It'd be really awkward. I don't know if they'd say it on the post. I'll have to watch the group. Oh no, but I'd love to. But because it's not a post, I can still see it. I don't know. I would hope that in video form, the feeling would be different. Anywho, next topic. Got a 7th like. I appreciate it. This is simply a curious question. Because I am sometimes curious. I don't need to know, but I'm curious what specifically you liked. Also, if you'd like to say how you came across the channel, if it's your first time, and perhaps whereabouts in the world are you watching from. Watch, it be my city, and it be the person from the room. I don't know if this is going to do, but just you know. Um, Other than that, what is next in this lovely live stream today? 31%. This thing drops fast. Plugging her in will be soon to next. But I can keep rolling. I found that light too bright, but I found that it was doing weird things on the screen. I actually would have thought the more light, the more weird things. But that's something that I sometimes forget and still need to learn. And that's something that I could be learning myself. It's windy, but, when the weather isn't terrible, I could be, I actually took my camera case today, not just that, I could be going out and photographing and learning. I mean, we sometimes always like, oh, that's not good lighting, we just change it, and we don't stop and ask, why? But, when you're working with natural, I don't know, that's something to learn, you know. Like, as far as photo jobs and even, general camera jobs, I've never understood why they use that big board. I understand why you put it in the window when it's brightest outside. Oh, it's dark in the morning now. Because we're trying to sleep. But I don't understand why they use those big lamp-like covers. I understand that it's kind of shadowing the light or whatever you call it. But, I don't know. I guess anyway. I haven't been given much opportunities to work in that field, so I haven't got the opportunity to use my natural abilities and my skills and learn some. And so as far as what opportunities have I been given, I'm still trying to figure out the answer to that since I posed the question. Again, your answer might help jog something for me as well. Currently, what stands out more, aside from like the things that I mentioned that I am thankful for, is a lot of opportunities that I've not gotten in life yet. And some of those things, what I've been trying to figure out lately is if I still hope for them. I'd like to say yes, and in some ways that fire has never went out, so maybe it won't. But I don't know if I'm talking, if this is more likely to wear off faster, but but at the same time, sometimes I think it should, because letting it keep burning is not necessarily, if it's bringing or continuing stuck feelings more than it is bringing me success and opportunities, and I would say this for anybody. Actually, there's a famous person. I remember hearing him say this in an interview, and I've never forgotten. Guy's name is Brad Sherwood. He's an actor, and the real actor's like, oh, if you're going to talk about him, I absolutely hate him. Don't know if that's why they left, but they did. Anyway, and he said, Einstein also said something similar about sanity is repeating the same mistake more than once. You can learn, and sometimes it's a habit you have to get into or whatever, and sometimes it's not fully a mistake either. But as Mr. Sherwood also said, that I forget exactly, and it was a bit, and Colin was in it too, and I forget who was interviewing him, and I think he was talking to Centerlink, just Centerlink. Did you know if you say your details out loud, Jesus will forgive you? It's a little bit weird because so now I can't report it. Or unhide it on this device. Oh. Just a moment here, just dealing with something here. Okay, so I guess it's somebody else that we have here, just ironically now after that spammer. Um, who was just BSing, quite honestly. Anyway, but back to realness. As real as we get. Um, said something to the effect of, I wish I'd heard it more recently and could remember for sure. But something, and I'm curious what you guys see as the most recent thing in chat, if it's what I'm seeing on my screen or not. I'm hoping it's, somewhat hoping it's not, and I'm thinking it's not, but I'm just wondering if you see the spammer, basically. Anywho, point of the matter being, is if you're trying and you're trying and you're trying and you're trying for a particular thing and not getting the results you want, it's okay to put it aside and try something different, essentially. And it's a very hard thing to accept when you've been trying a long time, when you've felt. And I mean, I have to plug this in, but I will bring it with me. You might briefly, the signal might drop or say that it's frozen up, but it will come back. So y'all come back now, you hear? Perfect. Okay, so where was I? In the kitchen. No. but yes. No, but yes. So, got three of you here. I'm curious to know, I'm curious to see you in the chat. And, um, yeah, so basically, you know, like, I have gotten back into doing music, especially on here. And so I'm just looking for something here, and it's not, have to click that, I guess. Okay. Yeah. So I've been getting back into that. So I'm still not doing as much as I would like with it, but I'm glad to be doing it and putting it out there for y'all to hear. I'm really not sure if this person that I recently met is going to help bring some opportunities in one particular way. And as far as the eye can see, as in, as far as healing arts, I've been getting some opportunities. The other day was a great example of that. I don't know why I've done that more. And part of it wishes it happened less publicly, but I have reasons why I like that it happens that way too. And that's just the way it happens for some of us, and that's okay. If it isn't something you're into, it doesn't gel with you, you don't have to watch or pay attention to it. But so this song has been following me for like 3 days, and I've known about it before. And it's kind of like another song I was talking about recently. It's a little bit of an awkward one to sing, I feel like, but I sort of want to. But I'm definitely got to let this thing charge. I mean, it doesn't hold its charge very long, and it certainly won't at 14%. So, um, so I'll go back to that interactive thing in a moment. You'll be like, that's not what I chose. I'll just say this. I don't know how this next thing I'm going to say will come across. I have no filter. Maybe you don't either if it comes across a certain way, but that's mostly okay. Basically, I got this idea as an interactive. Did you really leave, or is that inaccurate? Because this is the first time there's been two trolls in one video, even for a long one. Actually, possibly three? I didn't think there was one. Oh, really? Oh, right, because that was the second. No. Okay, right. Anyway, so for an interactive idea that I had, it may sound a little silly, but let's roll with it together and see what we get. Should I put my focus within this podcast at what I see in front of me, what I see to my right, what I see to my... Maybe I shouldn't even include my left because there's not a whole lot there to include. I mean, it's not that there isn't stuff there, but I don't know if I can do anything with it. So, in front of me, okay, your left. Okay, well, if you don't want to do your left, I'll leave. Do the left, do the left. It's not what I was suggesting. To the front of me, to the right of me, above. Which is your preference for the next part of this podcast uh, journey that we are on together? They're like, I'm not on it. Oh, but maybe I am. I feel like I need a journey. Maybe you need to hear a journey song, but you might have to wait a few moments because I'm charging my phone right now. Hey, I don't have to wait a few moments. I'll go look it up on my device. My device is at 100%. It's possible. They're not saying this, but they could be thinking it. But, we've got some great build up here, so we're going to keep it going, baby. Woo! Keep it coming. Right. Yeah, I still might do that because I think it's kind of funny. Although this might be a great opportunity to not do that, and maybe it's not as funny as I think it is. But I think that would depend on who heard it, too, to be quite honest. And I want to do it. I'm set and determined to do it now that I've thought about it. So, yeah, I'm a gonna. I'm a gonna. And then somebody tunes in and says, you're gonna talk like a black person? And that wasn't meant to sound racist or stereotypical. I know a lot of them say Ima. And some of them even named Ima. I knew one once. But, she hadn't posted very recently. Last time I looked, which was quite a while ago. But then at the same time, maybe she is in heaven. No, I don't know. I'm not sure for sure, and I'm not gonna. Well, I don't know. That could be very interesting. I accidentally went away from the page I was on though, so let's go back to it. Um, this would be very interesting. And what time of day is it? 9:31. Oh my goodness! I thought it was closer to 11. Oh my goodness! Help me pass the time. Well, this is helping me pass the time, but I'd rather you join me in it. Because that's funner, and yes, that is a word as far as I'm concerned. Why wouldn't it be? It's funner than... If it wouldn't be funner, what would it be? Funnest? That doesn't sound right. Okay, her account is not active. I don't know why it found that. Oh, right, because of that. I'm tempted to look that up. She's not someone, and I can't check because it's no going to view. Oh, I recognize that name. I'm tempted... Just a moment here. E-M. Somebody tunes in and like, read this comment in a whisper. What are we whispering? Well, that's kind of an interesting job. Well, I'm not finding it. I just wanted to verify for sure first. I'm not finding an obituary for the person that I was thinking of, who I wasn't super duper close with, but I have talking with online and by phone. But a couple other interesting things. Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's the same one because it may or may not be a common Nigerian name. So I should play some Nigerian music, don't you think? And then somebody from Nigeria tunes in and says, I would like that. And then I would say, well, I don't know any. And then I do something else great, and they would enjoy that, and it would be lovely. Or not. Nobody was there. Nobody was there. And the likelihood, not that coincidence doesn't exist sometimes, but the likelihood they would have been from Nigeria is probably minimal. Especially right at that very moment that I said it, but nobody was watching anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But next person that comes in, I'm going to say, are you Nigerian? And they're going to be like, how did you know that I'm not? I've really been, yeah, you know what? This is the thing. I'm more of an on-the-spot kind of comic for the most part. Is that someone that could get gigs doing it? Yes, but you're not funny, so. No, just kidding. That's what they may say, but probably wouldn't. Um, but then I go back to bars, not liking bars. I could do it at cafes or open mics. I'd have to look into that. I mean, part of me thinks I've looked into that because of being musical as well. But, I mean, it's not the kind of thing you'd see on a patio very often. And I know certain places aren't great at getting back. But, I wonder what indoor places have that nearby. I mean, now that it's winter and such, it's still, but at least it's shorter drives. If something was going to tune in and said, "I thought you said you didn't drive. Get in a car or something?" No, I do know someone I can ask sometimes though. Just quickly searching something. Quickly searching something, but happy to chat with you. Happy to do some music soon. I really truly meant quickly. It looks like you left right as I found exactly what I was looking for. Well, not really, but they're like, I just don't like all that sun in your face. I feel blinded. It's not in my face, it's behind me. Okay, so we were talking about that a moment ago, or I was anyway. I was saying something about, I was saying something about lighting. So it's pretty bright out. There's also the window, although there's big plants in it. Okay, so there's stuff to talk about on this side of me after all. There's big plants in it. Um, Sun still comes through. Um, it's bright blue sky. It became a bright blue sky, but very windy. At least it looks pretty windy. Um, I'm stretching my hand up to the heavens and pulling down the angels. Hi. And they're all dancing on my hand. No, I'm not that crazy. I mean, heck, they might. They might. I've never channeled something like that. I have channeled hand holding, which has been pretty cool. But that was more me just being goofy and creative. I mean, when I've seen flash visuals of them, um, they're more the height they were. I'm not even sure if I've ever seen them sitting. I've seen them around chairs, like trying to think if I've ever seen them hovering. I've just had a knowing that they were at a chair. Trying to think of it, I don't think I ever have seen them sitting. I've seen them go through objects, and I don't watch a lot of, you know, things about this kind of stuff. This is experiences that I've had. People that do watch certain kinds of things may experience certain kinds of things because of that, but that's not my reason. My reason is a gift from God. So, anywho, so I want to swim like dolphins could swim, and I'll be a hero every day. Um, Not just for one, and you can be too, but nobody's watching, so I'm saying this to myself. And anybody who happens to come in 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 32 seconds in. Yeah, like it was 33 seconds actually, but actually it was probably like 29. But anyway, the seconds are counting as we speak. So, but yeah, I've seen them a lot in standing position at the height that they would have been. Anywho, so the light was behind me, coming through a window onto my screen. So I don't know what I've learned about lighting from that example, but you can tell me. Maybe you can put it into. Some people are saying, I don't know how you don't understand that concept. Can we reword it perhaps so that I can? Because this is something I, as a podcaster um, and photographer, wannabe, well, not a wannabe podcaster, I definitely am doing it. It's not something I notice very often. I guess I do it a lot on cloudy days or at nighttime or just not. When I'm doing it with the laptop's often on this table and the sun is at the side. There's a very small window here, but it's fairly high up. I think it is. Well, it's got like some shapes on it, but it's not. It's not frosted or anything. I don't know. I just don't see it there. That's the point of the matter. But yeah. Anywho, so I need a pulling thread. Since there's nobody here, and I think this is more of a thing that I want to do. The rest of this should be stuff you want to do. Like seriously, it really should. But this, maybe not so much. So let me look. I know there's a restaurant called that. We don't have that in our neighborhood. I don't think we do. Oh, well, I know I struggled to get to that place the other day. But it might be worth, although the name of the place is a little odd. And I guess I recognize it because it's local. I think there might be another one in the world, though. But I'm not sure, so I'm not going to say. I've never heard of that. Although, that's a really great review. A club that stands with their artists and has their backs. And that's only part of the review. You know, G has said it often, the occasional other person, I think my mother, not enough people, but, and I've thought it often too, to be honest, that comedy is something, you know, maybe going back to that previous topic for a moment, you know, maybe there is, and if you missed it, I'm kind of touching on it now, so it's all good. You know, I'm gonna leave. Okay, then you're gonna miss it now too, and you may have needed to hear it, but whatever, it's all good. Anywho, um, maybe there's something in your life that's kind of been a curious interest of yours, but you've never really, you know, lots of people. I think there's a variety of people that do really long streams and people that do shorts. Anyway, and people that do somewhere in the middle. But anyway, there's something that's always kind of been an interest of yours that you think would bring a lot of greatness to the world and that you'd be good at, but you've never not really explored it much, or you've not explored it in a certain capacity. And like the one I'm thinking right now for me is comedy. And I'm a little bit curious that the person that just tuned in is the one that was just there for a few seconds a moment ago. And if so, glad to have you back. But what happened? And if not, and then you left. I maybe shouldn't have said that because it almost felt like that person was going to stay. Anyway, point of the matter being is, and they might have thought, who cares what happens? I'm back. But I don't know. Until you say that it's you, I don't know who's dancing around at the top. And either that, I mean, if you're not a podcaster, you might not be used to noticing that. Or if you're not very attentive. But anyway, I'm an attentive podcaster, so there you have it. Anywho, for the most part. Anywho, when I think about this comedy idea, I'm thinking, is it going to be really any easier than getting music gigs? Well, I don't necessarily have to rely on a band. But again, that's more for bars anyway, I would say. I think and would hope and would be cool with if a restaurant or a cafe wanted to have a, I know there's open mics in general, but wanted to have a one or two person act, and then watch it say, we follow on YouTube actually, then I think they would. My brother was in a famous band for a while, and I know something he shared about it, and I just know what bars are like sometimes. Even if you're good, you know, you're not going to be everyone's cup of tea, and some people might not say, "Well, I'll drink coffee instead," or "I'll drink," but they might say, "I'll drink a lot of beer," and not all junks are the same. And I hope nobody's getting behind a wheel, getting into a car. Um, but drunk, you know, whether you're giving me a ride or not, you know. Anyway, don't mind my joke. Is that what it was? But I mean, it's great when I'm doing it on here. But I mean, you got to wonder, would the same thing happen there? Where, I mean, one thing I do know, even if people weren't throwing bottles or heckling, and I think almost every comedian probably gets that a little bit, and I've not been getting it on YouTube. I mean, at least the people, I mean, sure, they might get up and leave, but more often I think they'd be hanging out. They'd be either enjoying or chatting with their friends. And so That's the difference of online. Although, with the right people, they hang out, they enjoy. And then I would say it's my preference, and then donate me money. And I know you tuned in right at that moment, but hear me out. And I would say that's a very well rounded podcasting experience and appreciated. It's not forced, just like conversation isn't, but it's invited, it's welcomed, as long as it's in kindness. So, what I was talking about is could I see myself doing comedy committees? No, comedy gigs. Could you see me doing it? You're seeing me doing it now, actually. But like in person. One thing that I think I would struggle with, whether it was music or comedy, at this point in my life, I feel at least, I feel this, whether it's accurate or not, I don't know. I would struggle. I did just think of a solution though, maybe. If we're at a venue, right, and people are having their own conversations with the people they're with or whatever, and they're not really paying attention, that would annoy me a little bit. But what if I focused on the people that were paying attention? I can't believe that. I mean, because this may have been a thought I've had in the past, and I can't believe it never dawned on me before. I mean, as long as there's at least, like, just like on a podcast, as long as there's at least two or three, and they might be, and I can see that they're enjoying it, whether by their comments, by their body language, which isn't always what it looks like. Sometimes we can misinterpret it, but usually it is, or by, the laughter or whatever, then I'm doing my job. I'm giving laughter is the best medicine, or music, or whatever. The noise level, as someone has on the autism spectrum, especially since a lot of those places echo, that could be a bit of a different matter. But otherwise, I mean, and I'm fine with just two or three, as long as there's not any annoying hecklers. And if there is, I would probably make some sort of statement like, "Can a staff member talk to this person?" You know, I've never seen it in anything I've watched, but that could be just not included in the and I don't go to things live very much these days. So I'm talking about things I've watched online. So that being said, if there is things that are accessible, maybe it's something I'll look into, and maybe I'll just have a rough idea and then just roll with it. You know, I mean, I'm doing it on the podcast, so I mean, it's not that much different to do it in person. Don't worry, I won't abandon my fans and the YouTube community that I have and am creating, but I do think that I need to step out in that way a little bit. So, it's got me thinking. What does it have you thinking? Anything you'd like to say on that? Looks like you've been watching for a few minutes, and I appreciate it. Feel free to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell as well. And I know that the chat is cooperating. I'm not sure if that spam is still there that I hid, but so if you're not a spammer and you're not a troll, you're welcome to join the conversation. Yeah. So, is there something that you would like to hear some comedy about? Still cannot believe that it's only 9:47. But anyway, is there something that, and I'll tell you whether I want to joke about it or not, and we'll try this out because maybe that would be my method. And I'm sure that a lot of comedians do that, but again, I don't go to the live things very often. I mean, they do. They sometimes go by audience suggestions. Speaking of that actor I was speaking about a little earlier, he was on a show that very much did that. So come on down from the audience. I'm going to sing a song about you, kind of thing. I mean, if you'd like me to, tell me a little bit and give me a style idea, and I'll see what I can do. I do sometimes write songs on the spot. Otherwise, just a topic. Let's get this thing. Let's get this comedy thing started here. I mean, I think it's already happening, but I'm not meaning to put you on the spot or pressure you, but and if it's something that's not within your comfort zone, you just want to watch, I would just suggest maybe going out of your comfort zone a little bit. This is a safe spot, a safe place. I know it's YouTube, but I have moderators, I moderate, and I'm also very laid back and fairly diverse. No filter, really, for the most part. So there's nothing. I personally don't feel like there's any reason to be uncomfortable. And if you are, like I say, maybe step out of that uncomfortable feeling for a moment, suggest something, and then have such a good time that you're like, okay, I'm going to come back and do this more. You know? I know that sometimes it's hard to think of what you want to say and work on writing it. And don't be too hard on, how you might come across. If I don't understand it, I'll let you know. Um, while I'm talking. It looks like you left. So whatever. Ooh, the plus signs there is then they started a new podcast. Why would that be there while I'm rolling one? Camzilin. I mean, if I was to go with that and this current moment in this podcast, and I know I still have a few when I was back with them, I'd be saying, my goodness, I could hear crickets in here. It's so quiet. Dead silence. Awkward silence. Man, you guys sound more dead than the angels. Because the angels aren't dead. Well, they are, but they aren't. I don't think that's in my area. I think that's, then, to be honest. Talk like a compass, not that I usually do. That's not. I search, and I even typed that in full. I searched my specific area, and I'm not finding that, and I'm annoyed by it. Oh, is that a venue? But do I have to pay to use the space? I don't know what that means. Is that a fringe show? Is that a wedding social? I don't know what that review means. But I did see one. Was it of this review? But again, if it's not near me, then I can't do it. That is where YouTube is a lovely thing. It's very accessible. I can just go live, and I don't have to commute to anywhere. But it's sometimes a little more hit and miss. If it's a hit, it's a hit. If it's a miss, it's a miss. Okay, that's how you define the difference. Okay, little reminder for myself. So let's make it a roaring hit with either a song suggestion or a comedy suggestion. I could even try and recreate some improv games, but I'd almost rather do that when G's here. I don't have to do. I can do it myself, and I can do it with your help. But like if we're saying props, then we could say, I know this is hello. You're like, yeah, that was weird. I felt like somebody was looking through people at me. I was looking at you. I was looking at all you people. All the ones that aren't here now. But you know what? This video's got some good statistics, so let's keep at it then, why don't we? I make myself giggle sometimes. Actually, I don't need the lotion after all. I didn't do anything that made me not need it. I just don't. But what was this thing I was gonna say? Now I've forgotten. Shoot, I should have said it out loud. And then, do I could include it in my repertoire, but would I remember it? Would I be able to follow it? Again, I could point for him. Oh, yeah, what was the joke I had about that? And if I remember it, I remember it. If not, I go on to the next one. I'm pretty good with the rapid stuff like that. So, and as a comedian, they're laughing with you mostly, or because you're being funny, not because they're being mean, hopefully. So, it does make me think of a Journey song, though, speaking of Journey. But it's also kind of a lovey, love and sappy type of song, sort of. That I don't know how it would be received by others. But I'll say this, even though I'm still kind of charging my phone, I'll say this. If you're a fan of the band Journey and you'd like to hear a Journey song, you can request it. If there's another song that you would like to hear you can request it. If there's a comedy topic, I'm really trying to work with you here. You didn't have to run off like that after a few seconds. Anyway, if you don't want to request anything, just entertain me. Um, your entertainment. I am the entertainer. What's that other song? Let me entertain you. Um, but yeah, so we can do music if you'd like. We can do comedy if you like. Comedy is going to be a part of it anyway. And you know what? It often is, but I just think I'm noticing it more for some reason. And hopefully you are too. No, not if you only stay for a few seconds, you ain't. Unless that's inaccurate. Have I really been rolling 2.5 hours? Oh my goodness gracious me.
I did find it, amazingly. And it's kind of because it's alphabetical, and it's kind of because it jumped out, so you're in luck. You don't know much Christmas songs. That's not
Did I
true.
click it off? I guess I did.
Doesn't celebrate it, really. Um, and then we got a bunch of Americans celebrating Thanksgiving when we've already had ours, but it's always kind of thankful, right? So let's see here. Um,
RJ's here. Is he though? Is he? He's like, how the heck did you know? You psychic or something? That is something I'm not. If I was, I'd have a lot more things figured out. Not everybody that does that other thing that I do is. So, just so you know. Uh, but yeah. Um, although some are. But I said it because I was just quickly looking at one of the previous ones I did that I have open to show G because he was at work. There's a few of them. And then other stuff that is not me. Um, that and the live chat was open, and I saw it move, and that's because my friend RJ was there at that one, and keeping people straight as a bad person is next to impossible. And nope. I'm stuck on the fact that the captioning says it's a weekday, not a weekend, and it is a weekday, but it's Friday. And with my current struggles and lifestyle, although I do get opportunities sometimes, but again, not as many as I would like, almost every day feels like a weekend. Just a great big long holiday vacation. Not always enjoyable, but sometimes. Usually.
you know, in other places of the world, they got a lot of
So,
a lot of
yes, song suggestion, topic suggestion, comedy suggestion. Not forced, but invited. I've been rambling for a while. I've utilized a lot of my ideas. Some I didn't even know I had, but now I can add yours into the mix if you would like to say them. Okay, you left? Okay then. At least it looks like you have. But not bad statistics. I mean, even with the other two or three, not bad statistics
so you can't blame them.
for this length of video and everything.
But yes, we have quite a collection of meditation books and food, but I'm not the foodist.
Does he do banking on this
Have you
device?
done it? Did you Christmas
If I
music?
said his name,
We don't have any snow
to go
yet,
to
but
him. He said if I
I
say,
could introduce you to it because it's a
what
water
did he
slide.
say? I don't know if I know how to hide it and if I would want to undo it.
And you have messages from
I thought I had the menus.
or Spanish, one of the two. Well, this one's not bad either. I'm at the piano, so I think that's telling me
That's
that
just viewing
the
it.
keyboard is just over there and the guitar is just there. Do you have a preference?
Yeah, that's that's spam. That's a troll if I ever saw one.
Even if you don't have a preference.
Um, but hopefully the person that just tuned in is a bit of a quiet spot in this video, but there has been okay. I mean, they might think to themselves, "Why are you mentioning? I can see that. They think I'm blind." Some people get very sensitive and easily offended. It's not my intent, and I'm not judging that necessarily, but they do. I mean, it's the truth, and that's something that if you resonate with that, that's something that maybe you could work on and improve a little bit with. I mean, it's not a weakness. It's not a to need to do that. I think we all struggle with it, to be honest, and most of us do, but some more than others. Um, like I kind of am a little bit sensitive too, or whatever, to people stating the obvious, um, or like having a husband quality. But some people say what's obvious to one isn't necessarily obvious to someone else, and I guess that's true.
Creative choosing sometimes. Piano versus keyboard with a well, and too. If I do the original, the other person might be like, "Oh, that's an interesting version. He changed the kind of genre. He made it like a country version of Silent Night or something, which I could do with that keyboard." But since it's your first time, um, now this book, or at least this song in this book, it has stupidly the verses.
Okay, I'm gonna minimize that for now. I do have it into the evening still sometimes, which is very nice of them considering I have it all day too. This almost kind of sort of makes up for, although it's been kind of quiet for a while, it makes up for the fact that I didn't, I mean, energy wise and kind of idea wise, yes, that podcast was just a fine length for last night, but, it certainly wasn't the longest, and if we were going to have a grand finale and really, really full on party, it would have been longer than an hour, but it wasn't. So here I am the next day saying that it can be. And sometimes it goes backwards a little bit, so I should be mindful of that. 246. Okay, that's where we're at right now. Let's see. If it skips anything, then I'll just try and fill in the gaps. Yeah, so there was something that Annie had said at one point when it came back and said something like he wasn't. It somewhat seemed like he wasn't actually trying very hard to read the comments. But I get it. I get it somewhat. I know that it's something that I'm pretty willing to do, and I'll put an effort to try and understand. And it's not that he wasn't. And again, he said the things he said, and they didn't not make sense. In other words, they did make sense. So, welcome, by the way. So, I'm just kind of looking at things I have open on my computer at this moment and thinking this one guy who I really enjoy following, and he's really great, and I'd recommend him, although he's already keeping up with quite a lot. And gotta think of yourself first, and I'm not keeping up with as much right now. But yeah, no, I can't remember what it was specifically he said. He almost like I almost said, okay, well then I'll just leave. But then he kept talking, and I kept listening, and it was a perfect example that if you stay and listen long enough, you might actually find that you enjoy what comes next. And I'm not meaning to single anybody out. I'm just thinking of something from last night, and possibly other times where it's like, but usually it's like there's one person. Usually when people, oftentimes, and sometimes they're familiar with me, sometimes they're not. What I seem to notice is that when somebody comments, usually it's not long after they tune in. But everybody's different. But I don't think I come across as a hard person to talk to. So, but anyway, yeah. So if you like, I'll just say this, and the person left. So maybe I won't. Next, because I've looked at that twice now. Oh, I've looked at it a lot more than twice. A lot more. Hey mate, how you doing? You know, just you've got a good a good online friend with my brother. Uh, you can see that. You can see that, he says. And I know that we both tried to pass along a message that we don't know if he processed. But just my advice to you, mate, would be you can do your style, you know, with a lot of other people. Hopefully it goes well with you. It's not that any is unable, but I would, as he did, try and say maybe just watch, um, just, I know it's hard, he says, but just kind of be mindful of that because you also heard something else he said, and you wouldn't want that to happen. And I've just got to take a moment to thank his brother for reminding me of that, for putting it that way, because I wouldn't want, he's got a lovely community and I like watching his videos. So he says, I'm here to keep you company if it's quiet. I know it's going to be hard because you're going to want to tell him things. You're going to want to. But you know what? The other thing is, as much as I tried to get you to the other day, my friend's brother was telling me that he knows that he's with him. He knows. He's, and I'm not surprised actually to hear that, even though I haven't seen it super obviously. And he says, you know, sometimes I kind of, join him on his streams, and he doesn't necessarily, he may or may not, and some often doesn't quite realize that I, to what extent I am there from the other side, but he picks up on something. And as long as he picks up on me a little bit, I'm happy. And other times, too. I mean, when he's less distracted, he says we have, as brothers in our different realms, shared some very beautiful um, moments, bonding moments. Um, and he says, in fact, this might be interesting to you, so I'll tell you. He says, in fact, since his passing away, he says that there are some people who, a lot of people that he knew in his life that don't sense him. His brother Danny isn't one of them. He says there are a small number that do. And he says they both, he says, Danny's pretty close to your age. And he says he's not that old. And he's not as old as me, but he's close. But, and he, you know, so yes, we had each other in our life for kind of a long time, but really not. But don't worry, man. Don't worry, man. We are still a part of each other's life, and he knows it. Not just in when he thinks of me and the memories, but in moments where he'll be like, oh, I think that was him. You there? I feel like you're there. And then so many of us, we just say, and this is me now, say that, no, no, I'm imagining things, or no, that's odd or weird or whatever. And that's where you miss out on some things that could come from that. So keep that in mind to the people that aren't listening. Anyway, I do want to thank you for what you said, though, and for giving me that insight. That was very interesting to become aware of that, and I'll try and remember that. He's like, all right, mate, and I mean, I've been really interesting. There was someone here and they said, "Who are you talking about?" And I'm like, I do know and I don't know, and then but you might know him. That would have been really funny. But anyway, he's like, "Oh, I know a lot of busy people. I do know a couple homeless people," he says, "and I do know, unfortunately, some people that are near to passing away as well. Maybe you could keep them in your thoughts." He says a couple of them are quite important to Danny, and it's something that he's maybe struggling with is that he is struggling with is that even though, like driving isn't the answer for everything, even though he does have a vehicle, he's not able to get to them. This is very interesting and very specific. But he's not able to. He says sometimes online, and that's the really nice thing. But he says in person. But when I think about G's sister that passed away and the other sister that got to see him, we thought about it. And I think just a day or two ago, I felt like it sat differently for me. It's kind of like, well, she had to see the sister in her sick state dying. I mean, yeah, we had a video call with her, but he was mostly playing piano, and all things considered, she seemed to be all right, and then the brother. So, I mean, yes, our mind can imagine certain things, but if you haven't actually seen it, then you don't replay it the same way. I would say, and that can be a good thing, I think. Um, so yeah, I think that's the one I watched the other day, but he doesn't like Steve Harvey that much. And it's not a race thing. It's not a race, but who's getting to the finish line? I might be getting close. We'll see. The longest I've done is about 4-ish, like 4 hours or just a little over that. We'll see. Again, I like it when a video gets built up and there's, even if I say, well, but I didn't. I always said I'm happy to get the likes and the comments. This video has it. And I know that some people, not all people, or sometimes just at certain times, certain people know. But I know that some people are going to be like, this is a 2-hour video. How many likes does it got? That's how I'll decide if it's worthwhile or not. But, and again, I'm not going to repeat myself when there's nobody here to say this. And I don't want to be coming across in a non-religious preachy way either, or in a religious preachy way. But, but I do feel like I got God and angels here. He's like, hey, if I hung out with you for a bit more, I mean, like, again, because the more you say, the more he's going to feel overwhelmed, distracted. He might not want to talk about this in his video. So like I understand that you might think this is so cool. I want to share it with him. We can keep it, you know, just moments that we're sharing, and I understand that you're streaming as well. As I say, have a brother that does that, and I know other people that do that. So I mean, I'm not judging you, but something caught my eye on that chair. Speaking of angels and chairs, angel chair pasta. um, it's too early for lunch and I'm not hungry. But it's very interesting because it looks a bit like Danny's hair, but not quite. And I'm thinking maybe his brother has hair like that, and that's what it's telling me. And it actually, I had it laying on the chair slightly different. It's slightly fallen behind, but because of what's actually behind the chair, it hasn't completely. So it's actually kind of interesting that if that had been, or if I had kept it over there where I had it last night, then it wouldn't be catching my eye. So, okay, I'm getting a bit of a visual in a sense. So you're a rock star hippie too, or are you? He's like, I'm a hippie 3. Hip, 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 hooray. He says, I'm visiting you, dude, because I see that, you're struggling with a quiet moment in your video. And I know that you've been following my brother on his channel. And I've watched you a little bit, just like, you know, I'm thinking to myself, just like that other person told me, and although even that being said, I still really appreciate the YouTube community, and yeah. Anywho, basically he says that I can tell that we, just like you got some similarities to my brother, we do too, in some similar ways and in some different ways. And yeah, maybe I'm looking to relate to people, but it's not like I haven't been lately. There are some that have been a little questionable, and then there's been maybe a couple that have been less, more obvious, but not super obvious, but not Superman either. Anyway, I guess my tablet's out there. No, it's here. Um, but he says, I don't I think what I'm sensing is he's saying, just a moment here. Um, sorry to interrupt you, man. Just a minute. In just a moment. You can look at my brother in certain ways. I can look at you, but I'm doing it because I understand and I relate to. Because it's not something that I talked about a lot with him and some other family, but I think a lot of them knew that I was in LGBT. I am in LGBT community. So yeah. Okay, well that's cool. He's like, "Are you too distracted, man? Because I can go do other things. I'm not bothered or hurt by that. Um, and a part of me wants to get to know you a little bit more. I just want to get to know ya. I never get through. All up with the thought of you. Baby. And then they both went offline right after um, I sent to them, and well, he sent almost an hour ago, and the other one sent just a few minutes ago. I don't think it was because of me, but if it's 8 o'clock there right now, she said, and she's probably getting her kids off to school, and it could be bedtime where he's at, so not my fault at all. You see, they like me, they want to talk to me. What's your excuse? I mean, what's your excuse for not doing so? Well, the fact that you're not here is a pretty good reason. The fact that no one's watching at the moment. If you're not here, you can't be rude. No, if you're not here, then you can't talk. So it seems like a pretty cool place you got here, man. Thank you. I hope you don't mind my word choices, by the way. I mean, no, I know that it's a habit way that people talk. It's all good. It's all good. I like it actually in some ways. Cool. So you look very musical. Yeah, I am. Right now, I'm charging my device. Um, he's like, I know I'm standing right here. I can see your charger in your phone. Well, okay then. I'll tell you something you don't know then. Hey, I've got a sense of humor, and maybe you're not lying. I'm not lying. I'm not even joking. Anyway, speaking about this kind of very thing, briefly the other day in one of my podcasts, here it is happening in, I was going to say real time, but let's go with Danny's language, IRL. LOL. OMG. So, you got some sort of pet? He's noticing something that's making him ask that. Yeah, I got a dog. I thought you've been watching. Yeah, but when I've been around you, I haven't seen a pet. Yeah, that's possible. Sometimes he's upstairs. Right, right. I was hearing some noises coming up from up there the other day. And you were podcasting. Nobody else seemed to be around, but I know. As you know, I have my ways, he says. Yeah, yeah, JP. I think it was JP, Colton, and Ray. Anywho, so you may or may not know the person that I'm referring to, that I'm talking to, that I'm talking about. And I am only getting to know. You're like, why are we talking about people? The person that was here very briefly thought, you're talking about someone, you're gossiping? I could have been talking about a celebrity. They like to be talked about. Angels seem to like the attention sometimes. And I try not to say bad things about people. But, um, um, so you want to tell me a bit about yourself, man? And names is something that we attach to people to you know, describe somebody and all that. They're okay if we still want to use their names, but it seems like it's less important because sometimes it's hard to get a name from them, and you think it would be so easy, and yet we can get so much more from them. So, yeah, no, you don't have to worry about that. Um, what else can I tell you? He says, like I say, in some ways I was very similar to Dan. And, okay, this is where my confidence, this is where as much as this feels real, like if he ever saw this 3 hours in, I doubt it, between prepping for his next one, because he does do a bit of prep aside from winging it, between doing and existing and sleeping, he maybe doesn't watch a lot of podcasts, maybe pops in here and there, but I doubt he'd see 3 hours in. Any of his followers that might bring him into it? That's the thing I'm not sure about. Again, I know my ability is real, and I've had so many great experiences, and yesterday I had one for somebody else, and they were very thankful in that. So, but it's like we can do this on a gradual basis. That's fine. So I'm talking about someone or someone in my awareness that you may okay. Fine then, be that way. Um, so he was asking about pet. Maybe I should bring our dog down soon. Um, he's also asking if I like biking because he's seeing a helmet over there. And as far as health reasons and physical, I'm not feeling too bad at the moment, but it still looks windy. And there is snow on the ground that maybe hasn't melted yet because it's cold, even if it's sunny. Um, I wouldn't mind trying to get another bike ride in the next, before it's too wintry. He says, I used to love biking. He says that's one thing that is kind of really powerful about my connection with my brother, he says, is that I watch him doing his van lifestyle, driving around all the time, or skateboarding occasionally, um, and it reminds me of how we used to bike together. That's kind of cool. He says, it's very cool. The laughs and the conversations that we had, that we still have, but in a different way. And he says, and I'd be happy to join you on a bike ride sometime if you'd like, you know, as I can. Um, okay, so I'll keep that in mind. Um, let me know if this person sounds familiar to you. And, I know you're going to need more to go by than a bike rider. Um, I could tell you the brother's name. I did just say a little bit. Watch him tune in and say, I finally made it here. Why are you talking about my brother? And whether it's you or whether it's not you watching at the top, I'll just say there's a bit of a visit happening. And He's also asked about. He seems to be very much about kind of the environment, and he's very kind of visual. And sometimes they are, and sometimes they're used to it because they're closer to me and they're around more. So he's asked about something that made him think of our dog. So I might bring the dog downstairs shortly. He's asked about the music. Now I'm only at 39%, and this device drops fast, but I've got it plugged in. So I would love to do some music if you have some song requests. Um, he says that was a great concert last night. Oh, you were there? Yeah, man. I know my brother couldn't be, but yeah, I was. You guys are very talented. And I mean, sure, we could say, "Oh, I say that because I want people to think that because I think it." And yes, but he's saying it. So anyway, so that's cool. Um, he says I especially like that drum. Yeah, that seemed to be a gift from JP because just a little bit before G got home with it, I was smelling wood burning and what may have been like stuff involved in pipe ceremony type things. He was indigenous. I showed a picture of him just the other day in the podcast, actually. I could do it again if you're curious. If you know a JP that passed away from an overdose or an addiction, then we might know someone in common here. Um, he says it's such a hard thing to go through and a hard thing to. He says, as you were talking about the other day, he says, dying is rarely enjoyable, but sometimes it is more peaceful. It is less painful for the person that's doing it. And and he says, I don't know if I should. I don't mind being open, man. He says, but I don't. I don't know if that's something I want to talk about. He says, if that's okay, at least right now. Yeah, I'm not going to force you to mention anything you don't want to talk about, just like with our viewers. I mean, conversations invited, but not forced. And I always hope that that's obvious. Anywho, he says, well, he says, I'll say it again, man. You've got talent. And it's great that you're bringing it to YouTube if that's the easiest thing for you to do these days. Um, I love seeing my brother do it. I'm happy you enjoyed it the other day. I used to drum with him sometimes, he says. Do other music. And if you want to know for real, one of the reasons why I think he doesn't, he's not shy about it. He knows he's talented. But why he is hard on himself, it's really pain, dude. It's really pain. It's the fact that he sometimes thinks, but he stays strong, that I'm not in the physical to do it with him anymore. Again, he has some belief that that I am. Whoops, sorry. That I am in the. And I'm just wondering where that other thing went that I had here, but whatever. Uh, I am with him from the afterlife. Okay, I had something that I don't see at the moment, but anyway, it's all good. Although I'd really like to be seeing it. Anyway, but yeah, we've got someone that's been here for a few moments, whether it's this person's brother or someone else who might know him. Is this? He's like, but if anybody that sees this does know me, I might have to get specific, for them to realize that it's me. Um, like I say, when we pass away, he says, we don't. Names are an earthly thing, and we are fine with our loved ones still thinking of us by our names, but we don't. We don't have that. So I mean, that's why you struggle to get it, unless you already know it, kind of thing. And honestly, if you're channeling for someone else, they already know it too. Like, and it's kind of rude to try and test someone. And I would agree with that. He's like, and I say this because I'm here. I know I'm communicating with you right now. I know that you have a gift, and other people do too. Like, it's a real thing. Um, Thanks for validating that. And he says, yeah. So I mean, what do? I want to be inspirational? When I talk about my life, I'm taking over. I'm sorry. and I but I don't think you mind either. No, I'm listening, relaying. Okay, he says. Um, this is where my confidence, though, as real as this feels, I don't want to go saying something that might not be accurate and like mess up. In other words, um, you know, um, but even though he didn't want to say why how he passed away, I feel like he's really considering it. And you know the reason why I think, and I don't think this is just my head saying it. It's because we have somebody watching right now, the only person watching right now at this moment. It's meant to be, I feel like, and I feel like you either have some sort of connection to this individual of whom I'm channeling, or you just simply need to hear what is being said. Um, I would hope that his brother would know and could maybe tell me, and that's not something that I have experience in channeling all that much. Because I mostly do it for myself, to be honest. Not because I'm selfish. It's just mostly the way it happens. So I don't know if they know that their loved one's watching. I mean, he's like, I'm here with you, and there are essences of my being with other loved ones. But no, I don't know. I don't know who's watching right now because even as an angel, we can only be in so many places at once. But that is something that we are able to do that humans on Earth aren't. Is spread ourselves out a little bit more all at once. But yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I can't tell you. I don't know. All I can say is that I'm here to give you a bit of company. I know your YouTube community is very important to you and you appreciate the conversation there. I hope the rest of your podcast does well. I don't know what else to say, dude. I just want you to be happy and enjoy your life. I mean, that's what living's about, isn't it? He says, "I'm sorry if I'm hitting a soft spot for you or whatever." But we go back to talking about depression perhaps for a moment here. Um, and that how I'm not always in an upbeat, good mood. Says, keep it real, man. Keep it real. You can inspire people and uplift them. That's a lovely thing. Um, I know, and this is why some of that transpired last night, where you're not sure if he processed what I relayed. I told you a moment ago. He already knows, even if he doesn't know because you said it, he kind of already knows. And you don't need to distract him with that on his podcast. I get that I had a part in it. I wanted it to be said as well. I appreciate you trying to pass it along, but you don't need to distract him like that. You know, he's nice to you because he's a nice guy. He's also nice to you because he sees your importance. He has so many people following him. He could easily just say, "This guy writes too much. I can't keep up. Um, I'm doing this on another platform as well, which is, I'd rather really focus there. I do have a bit going on there, but most of what I'm seeing is him." Um, I, and you saw it, didn't you, dude? He says, "You saw that he was still kind and loving and empathetic. That's my brother. That's who he is." And that's very much who I am, and I appreciate that. And I do think I let him know that. But and I hope that you enjoy more of his streams, and maybe one day, But just again, I think the best way I can say it is allow yourself to be you, and if you wanna, be very chatty in the chats or whatever with other people, maybe it will work better for you. But with him, I'm not telling you don't talk. Just sit and listen and shut up. I'm not telling you that. But what I am saying is just rein it in a bit, dude. Rein it in a bit, okay? And I would also say that he's accurate in being very similar to his brother, because in a different way but similarly, they both said that. So he says, I will agree with you that for some people, you're going to be easier to follow and understand, even when you're channeling, in person or in video. You may not understand that or agree with, or it may confuse you, but I'm only saying the truth to you. Okay? I mean, it seems to be the case sometimes, so, okay? So we're at 48% on a device that sometimes drops pretty fast, but it's plugged in. We have somebody that's been listening for about 15, 20 minutes. I do appreciate it. I'm curious how this is landing with you, how this is resonating, what this is making you feel and think. Um, you know, if it's who I think it might be, I'm not meaning to talk about your. I really haven't said all that much about you, but about if your name is Danny and if you're who I think you are. But you're like, I don't know if I'm who you think you are, but I think I am, but my name is Danny. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's you. No, just kidding. Or, oh, it's not you, but cool, let's talk anyway. Because you are you. There's no more. There was no one more you-er than no one more you-er than you. Is that how it said? um, he says, I think that you can kind of keep things moving from here. He says, I don't think you need to. You need me to necessarily stick around. You got someone there watching you. Um, I might, I might, I might head for now if that's okay, dude. It is. It is. There's a part of me that wants to do music, and he says, I still see that charger in your phone though. And he says, I told you that I can hear you and watch you from here whenever I want. So know that I'll do that sometimes. But I think you just need to, keep the momentum going with what you yourself can bring to this podcast and the person that you are. Um, so I'm gonna say bye for now. He says to me and to us, and you take care, man. Okay, same. Thanks for visiting. So that's what that looks like if you've never seen somebody channeling before. A very cool, healing, non-dark, and scary kind of experience. So, I'd really love to hear your thoughts on it. But again, I can't force you to say them either. So, all I would just say is if this is something that you're enjoying watching, you're welcome to stay. If you're watching and you're thinking all kind of thoughts like, this guy's weird, this guy's annoying, this guy's whatever, stop thinking them. Don't watch. You can do something else. I don't mind. But if you're not thinking those things, I mean, we're all a little weird, perhaps, right? In our own little ways. We got a second person that's here now, too, so I want to welcome you here. Things were a little quiet for a little while, but we're getting moving and grooving. We're going to do some music shortly, so if you have any song requests, feel free to put them. If you have any topic or comedy requests, feel free to put them. I might have to briefly put the phone down to run upstairs and quickly do something. But I hate to do it when people have just tuned in. That is the thing. But I do mean briefly. But I kind of want to see what suggestion you might give first. That way I can be thinking while I'm upstairs. That way I can come to you with a at least half-baked product. Like a different way to put it. Just a moment, please. I did just say it. 14. I mean, but again, maybe I wrapped up, but of course I didn't. I think we're about to have someone I'm familiar with tune in, but one of the two of you that's watching will know if you're commenting or not, but you won't know if it's the other person. So, You won't know if it's the person I'm familiar with. It doesn't go by her actual name anyway, so it's all good. And that's obviously very common on YouTube. But I'm hoping that she might tune in. So besides the two of you being here, and I don't think that she's the one that's here right now, unless her device is not letting her comment. But she just literally asked if I 2 minutes ago if I was rolling still. So I don't think she's already here, or she'd know the answer, right? So we've been setting some Guinness records in some ways this week. Uh, what do you think is a cool Guinness record that you've heard of, or what is one you'd like to set? There's another interesting question. And I might put my phone down, run upstairs, and give you an opportunity to focus on your comment. You know, as long as it's kindness, don't be too critical of what you say. I mean, and if I'm not understanding something, I'll let you know. So, just as I hope you would with me. I'll be back. Oh, is that Mama Gina that just tuned in? I just have to run up. I know that you. Okay, and I was sitting on that. I just have to run upstairs quickly to do something, but I hate to do it, but I can't bring you with me to do it. So, um, um, yeah. So the Guinness record question, the music suggestion, the comedy suggestion question. And when I get back in just a couple minutes here, we'll rock and roll with it. I was with you a little bit, but I felt like I missed the actual party. Like I was able to be there for a few moments, but you didn't really notice me. So she says, I was happy to be there, but I wanted to go visit my loved ones and try and do that. She says, my friend Ray, who some of you may be familiar with, has also joined us here. Again, I very much value the YouTube community and the folks here. Um, oh, okay. Um, my friend says she's doing some errands, so she won't be able to sit in, my other friend. So I guess she was just asking, just curious. But anywho, that's fine. We got one of you here, and we got a lovely friend of mine named Ray. Would you like to see a picture? Ooh. Um, how do I find it? Just kidding. Um, she does actually kind of look like Michelle. That's kind of the crazy thing. I do and don't notice that. And I still think you might think that person's familiar because they're. Oh, and there's Teresa. I don't remember getting that photo or posting it. I was mentioning JP earlier. I'll just quickly show you JP again. Um, his soul now in heaven. And this is Ray. Just so that you can put a face to the name. I'm not saying anything bad about her. If any of her family sees this, I'm happy to have her company, and I'm happy to have you here. So, um, of that said, sounded like she was asking for more of a party, and as far as talking about filmmaking, I Oh, it's the person left. They're like, yeah, because your eyes are darting. Because I'm looking at another device. People do it. Relax. Just kidding. But pretty much. Um, Looks like it's just me and you right now, Ray, unless it's not accurate that that person left. She's like, well, Cole's here too. And JP. He's like, show my picture. I'm about to make my presence known. And yeah, you were a little quiet the other day. He's like, yeah, because you told me to be. I listen sometimes, he says. Not usually, though. That's obviously what that means. Obviously, why that's kind of funny. Um, Obviously. He says, so, oh, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know about combining that stuff, that stuff, that stuff. He says, you know, with your significant other, let's be this friend like, we'll give it to you, we'll give it to you in your form. He says, but, you know how much we love and adore you. You know. And you know I'm doing YouTube right now. You know. You know. Stick on my feet. What? Don't make the laptop fall. um, and, you know, some people may think this is weird, but these are loved ones that I'm familiar with who are very playful and are very, you know, in party mode and playful. You know, they can go together. You know, so, and we're 3 hours in and nobody's here currently, and boy, would it be a thing for them to tune in. But that's why you have the 3 Instagrams, whatever. But there's part of me that wants to, like, maybe I could post to that group. But again, I'd have to look at them first and decide. But maybe, it was a very brave question for him to ask, I feel like. And I don't know if I'm that brave. And let's get in, I know people have certain feelings, and G's not in those groups. But I don't see the option to. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm meant to ask it here, but it feels a little bit awkward unless I'm familiar with you. And even then, well, maybe I'll start off this way. And it's been ebbing and flowing a bit. There's been some activity. It's been quiet. But the person watching right now is maybe the person that I meant to ask this to because you're the only one here. Not to center you out or pressure you or anything, but don't be shy. Happy to hear from you. Remember to hit the like, by the way, subscribe, and the notification bell. I appreciate it. Curious question that is now before us is, have you ever had an out-of-body or near-death experience or known someone who has? Have you ever felt a loved one around you in some way? The floor is yours. I'll wait. I'm not going to stare awkwardly at you, though. Breathing heavily. I'll put this down and go get some lotion for my dry hands. Could have asked you to bring it to you. Or something else. Sorry. But I'll do some music for you. I'll end for the video shortly. I'm just letting my device plug in a little bit longer. You better do some music. I mean, if you don't want to answer it, and again, don't be too critical of, send it through if I have questions or ask, and I don't judge, usually, very harshly. So, I thought I got, okay, it looks like you left. You're like, well, you may not, but I'm judging you and you're weird. I gave this 5 or 7 minutes. I don't know what's going on. It seems weird. I did not come into this expecting to be asked that kind of question. That might just be wasted. They didn't say that, but at the same time, if they allowed themselves to, and there's somebody else there, Or somebody's back anyway. Oh no, there isn't. I thought I saw one. Maybe it was just the 7, or a part of the 7, I guess it would be. Man, I put this on and it doesn't seem to to it seems to absorb like super fast. And I think I'm taking a good amount. And Cole, you're no better. you're actually you're just as good. um they're dancing and they're prancing around. I don't think I closed it right. I don't know. Okay. Yes, I mean, and it's not about me, and it's not that I don't enjoy the other streamers that I follow, but especially when I'm rolling and I really can't watch their content anyway. Then I'll look at the chat. So just a moment, please, as I say hello to my friend RJ. Hello to my big friend. Oh, he might not be in the chat anymore at the moment. I guess, how long has she been rolling for? Oh, an hour already. Okay. Is Cutie Pie somebody's username, or is he calling somebody Cutie Pie? Soon as I heard what name. RJ, I have questions for you. Get back here. He's like, I'm here, but I'm on your podcast now. Adele. Somebody says sing All I Want for Christmas Is You because it's time. How do you say that? Timey. It's timey. Somebody want to hear that? Apparently not, because you left. The username's kind of odd too, not to sound judgy or whatever. I know I just said I don't judge, but I lied. That's the thing. The thing is, when they're not saying anything, especially, it makes me wonder. It's. But I'm taking care. Well, that's. I don't know what to do. I was hoping for a bit more interaction on this one. I mean, I think it was just somebody very briefly who liked and subscribed, so I can't be mad at them. But they didn't really say anything. This one, I'm not too sure what to think about. It's a nice sizing to see those pictures. Is that a bird on her head? Or is she just happy to see me? Sure, don't hit the wrong one, because I'm not sure I know how to undo it on this device. Or in general, to be honest. Money was hidden, I better go looking for it then. RJ, get back here. Oh, cool. Just be right back with you in just a moment there. But if somebody else helps make the conversation enjoyable, then they might join in because they like what somebody else is saying, and then I can decide from there. Waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda, you're come along, sing Matilda with me. I know some people agree and disagree. Think that um, he's still sleeping now. If I open the door, he may or may not come running down. Sometimes it does. I almost fell off the stairs. So, I should call this, but so I'm going to call it next week. Then I can let her know. I don't think she needs a lot of notice, but maybe I'll call it this week. I don't know. What do you think, Ray? This connects to you a little bit. What do you think? What do you think, any of you? You're all giving me different answers. Heard it kind of out loud, kind of not. But anyway. Oh, and you leave the... Again, I thought just as I was coming here, I thought I saw a one, and I don't. I don't think I'd see that smaller number. So, oh, 1 minute here. Oh, what is this? RJ, are you there, or who do we got watching? I'm just processing here something for a moment. I don't think so. I definitely want to rewatch that to kind of remember the conversation a little bit. I know it was enjoyable, but party fever. That's ironic. I don't know. Okay, yeah, okay, guys, bye. I'm alive. I'm also going to get that lotion. Keep wanting it out here. I might as well just bring it out here, for goodness sakes. And is that phone over here? Did I see it? Where did I see it? Out there? Okay. So I want to call about that. But there's something else over in my email, so I'd rather wait till I go right to the email. And I'm trying to process that right now. I guess I could write it on the thing, though. Here is a pen. Mixy feelings about it. Although it is a cool pen, I will say that. You want to see the coolest pen ever? I'll wait till you're here and then I'll ask. Maybe. I'm not hungry for lunch yet. I don't have to rush to have it. So I'm going to wait to have it. So there you have it. There's a song Limelight. Um, did I not bring? I thought I meant to. I didn't bring that lotion out here. I keep meaning to, like I say. The dog is gonna have to be up there, and I gotta check it. I just looked at the time and I forgot what it said. Technically, all three of these devices could tell me. But will I listen? 11 o'clock might be a little too early for everything. And it's busy birthday. When I go over there, I might, because I might open the door. Oh, yes, these. Here they are. Okay, and honestly, because it is kind of annoying, he's probably thinking, why is it so hard to get me to just do this one thing? So, well, so I probably will do that very, very soon. Not on the stream, though, but so I'll do that. But I'd be happy to do some music before before I wrap up. If you have any song suggestions or comedy ideas. And I meant to get another water. There was somebody there, they left, so I'm getting up. I think it's going to be too early to come out, but I'll check anyway. Because there might still be a couple things with me. If he comes down, we'll go and do some work then. Do some music then, why don't we? Hey, I'm going to put another one in. What's that aroma? I don't know, it smells good though. Somebody's cooking. Now that would be a first if the angels cooked me a meal. I'd have to do this more often. I really don't think they're quite that powerful, or they're quite that able. Oh, you underestimate us. Well, I mean, you haven't done it yet. How do you know we haven't been helping? Okay, I suppose I don't. But my goodness gracious. There's quite funny questions. I didn't think you'd do that. Well, probably not that way since I'm not asking you people. Definitely crisp out there. There's ice on the deck. It doesn't have really much snow on it yet. And it is icy and treacherous. And where is the stick for this? I don't know, I might have to use the stick that's not for this. That'd be fine too. That thing is huge! I didn't know we had such a huge stick for drumming with. And I don't see the other one. Well, I won't put it in indigenous style. I mean, sometimes you can't tell by looking at someone, but I don't want people to think you're not indigenous, right? But then some people that are indigenous would be like, "Oh, glad to see you doing this." But other people would say I shouldn't be. But maybe I can do my own kind of improvising with it, and then yes, I'll take care of that later. So, what is our cell phone charged at? Not that low. It does drop fast, so I might have to plug this in, and I was thinking I might go over to the piano at some point. There's no outlet there, plus of course the charger's in the bottom of it, right? But maybe I'll just go for a little bit longer, because I've been available today to do it, and as I sometimes am, long streams, and so here I am doing it, and so, but it has been a while. And in about an hour, I'll probably be hungry for lunch, but I bet you it's going to drop a lot faster than that. But I don't have to. I can do something else before lunch then if I want to. NJB and Colton kind of gave each other a bit of a look, and for anybody that knows anything, there can be more than one. And then I said it was JP first. Said he's finally getting to the party. I'm already at the party. I'm just finally doing it. Just a moment, please. Just a moment. And don't let it put there. And she's doing pretty good. 21 people, but for some reason, and who would have ever thought I would have bought the cutie pie? I'm not seeing this cutie pie that they're talking about. I'm not. There's somebody that these people are calling cutie pie in this one chat, and I'm not seeing them. But I like cute. I want to be in on it. I'm having FOMO now. Okay, but you know what? I could do this. I could do this and maybe find out that drumming is yet another thing. And this is better than bongos for the hands anyway. And maybe my coordination is better since I play other instruments. I did notice that once on drums than it used to be as a kid. Right as I brought this out, but whatever. But yeah, the other one was nicer looking, but yeah, it was very interesting. Kind of was thinking about him. It had been a while. Kind of felt like some sensory something, and then G brings this home. And it's actually quite deep. I'm worried the dog might get worked up, but if he does, I'll probably wrap up after this because this will have to be plugged in again. Or I'll just plug it in and keep rolling and set my new Guinness record. So I do welcome you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and comment if you like. And something just flashed on the screen at the bottom. I think it was maybe one of those suggested question things, but I usually have no difficulty thinking those up. So, oh, interesting. And I'm not somewhat surprised. I don't play this kind of drum very much, but it sounds different depending on where you hit it. It's deep. I didn't notice it was that deep. We have only had it today, but I've seen drums like this. It's just not often, I guess. He's like, thank you for, JP is saying, thank you for representing. And Jason, too. That chair's looking very cozy. I don't mind deep. I prefer deep over high, but that's a sound to get used to. What if I not getting the dog going? But I could do that as long as I don't poke a hole through it. And this looks like it's quite an old drum. It was donated, second hand. That's usually what a donation is, or sometimes it's third and fourth hand. But I'm just happy that my health has not made me an amputee, and I still got my hands. So, and there was a little bit on that in the previous podcast. So, yeah, it's just the timing. If I hadn't been, maybe I would have watched it. But that background noise and somewhat of singing, I don't know. Now, did I not bring another water out? It's kind of cold, but I thought I brought another one. I'll make do because I don't really want to get up again. I'm just happy to have clean drinking water, you know. By the way, would you like to see a cool item other than this? Let me know, and I'll show it to you. I'll say it again, even though I just said it because two other people just came in as well. If you'd like to see a cool item other than this and this, any of the four of you now, feel free to say in the comment. And I hope that you might want to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. JP, give me the trick. How do I make this or somebody give me the trick. How do I make this thing, because I'm not super familiar with it at the moment. You know, we all, learn things. We're always learning things, right? How do I make this a little less deep? I feel that's weird. He was playing this last night, was he not? He's like, yeah, and this instrument has more than one special connection to me, and that's why I wanted you to have it. Interesting. I that kind of work. I used to know, but I'm not sure now. Something I made for, something I made for. I don't know how to feel, but I'm gonna try. How to feel. That person left, it's like you mumbled the lyrics. I could pull them up. Someday I might. I'm surprised the dog's not thinking this is somebody at the door. Ooh, but that does have a nice bounce to it. I'm just going to come here for a moment and say, an indigenous drum in my hand. What should I play? I/we. Okay, so I was just quickly doing something, and then I'll get back to the drumming. Do you have a song that you think would be particularly cool on a drum? Especially a drum like this, but in some ways I feel like that question is kind of fits with the statement, a drum is a drum. A drum is a drum is a drum. Let's drum up some fun times, some good conversation. One, and then two more right after came and tuned in. Welcome you here. Don't forget to subscribe, hit the notification bell, and give it a like. I appreciate it. Or you can both leave. Don't appreciate that quite as much, but it looks like it's what you did. So, I guess you can say anything, can't you? Would you mind if I take it out somewhere else? Cause my home is probably gonna go from. I used to think that's what I was, but now there's life pretty much. Who don't know what? I am weak. No, but no. The next line is I just wish it was clickable, but I guess that's for some anonymity. But it's the easiest way to find it. Yeah. Sorry, don't mind me. Galloway Girl. And I ask my friends, what will I do? There was something. So, song requests. I have a drum beside me. I have a piano and a guitar. Okay, you left after drum. Oh, yeah, I know. I don't see you in your shenanigans. Shenanigans. Can't even come up with a song together. You give me some lyrics, I sing them, and play an instrument along with them. That would be cool. And then if I ever do the song again, I'll say, this is courtesy of so-and-so, if you'd like me to say. Or if you'd rather I not, I'll just say, here's a song. Here's a song, hum along, even though you don't know the words. Hum along, because you don't know the words. I feel like there's a song about that, isn't there? I don't know. Is there? I couldn't tell you. Just quickly sending something to somebody and dropping something, and then we can do some music. If you have a song request, feel free to put it. A comedy topic request, feel free to put it. Yeah, I better put the spaces there, otherwise, yeah. Yeah, so somebody was saying in a chat that I'm seeing that they're not in a good mood, sing a song to match their mood. So I sent to them and said, oh, how about put a song, something that would put you in a better mood? They're like, oh, if you're going to play a song that's going to put us in bad mood, like I'll tune up before you say, how about the opposite? If you would have stayed a couple more minutes, you would know. Oh well, we move along. You gotta keep it strong, move on. You gotta hold his heart. Well, I'm having a good day, I'm having a good party, and maybe we'll do both of those together. That way, not often. But let's try and make it often. But I don't know, I mean, that. And then, well, I think, sometimes there really is people that are more geared to certain positions than others. So we do what works, and then feels like it's kind of nice. The HJS, as I'll call it. And I don't think you probably heard my mumble, and if you did, no need to try. It'd be too hard to pinpoint that spot anyway. Unless I chapter it, but I'm not gonna. So. And my hands have been better, by the way, for the past couple hours, I think. Later, I will try to. I think there's another thing that this could be called that some people might prefer it, this drum, than elk drum. But I don't know what. I asked G the other day, and I think he said an indigenous drum. You'd think JP or Jason would tell me, but they're being a bit stubborn, it seems like. That's adorable, by the way, though. With clothing, make it look like a throuple. Well, you guys are just so free. I mean, it's not that people aren't too, but as angels, and these are the kind of friends that they are to me. You guys are just, well, she did respond to one of my comments, but she's being a little slow to respond to the other ones. Although there is somebody here that's saying something about playing guitar, and I think I want to shoot for a new record just to see how much better this may do. Make it my best yet. Why not? I've got time. 44%. So if I'm going to do that, I'm going to have to plug in. Freshness, flicker, print, plug it in, plug it in. I'm like, what is in at my dick? I thought you ordered that. I just see me. Huh, it did. Oh, it did. Huh, it did. No, it did. Did, no, it did. Oh, it did. No, it did. Gone, and there's somebody here. Sorry, I had to plug in my charger. So, and I'm thinking I am feeling like playing some guitar soon. I might as well too. Well, there's an Adele song somebody's mentioning elsewhere. Castle on the Hill, I'd rather not. Although I was thinking of Ed Sheeran a moment ago. Um, Bennett. Um, Song request, topic request, comedy, chat wise, both. I welcome you to put in the chat. And just quickly, okay, or leave. Won't you stay with me? 'Cause you're all I need. See. Oh my goodness, that suit.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna start playing the piano now. Yeah.
I want to hear him read my comments though. Your Pumpkin Gordy. That's a great channel name. I'm multitasking for a moment here. Um, and he's going to the piano, and I'm wondering if I should too. But I don't have to do something that everybody else is doing. And you can decide for yourself whether you like it or not. But this is how I should do it. You're like, of course I can. You didn't tell me that.
I've actually haven't been getting into the piano.
I know, some more keyboard
I
man.
will find a way.
I don't know if I should have his content in mind, but it's not bad. I don't know how it's coming through. I want to be able to hear him when he responds. And I'm 4 hours in. Oh, that's an idea. Combining the guitar with the keyboard. Ooh. Just a moment. He doesn't seem to hear it that way on his end. So I'm trying to get his attention to tell him that he's distorted. I don't know how long that's going to take. So I'll sit back and relax. JP Cole, Ray. You're like, yeah, we would. I put it in. Oh, I can't listen to that. And of course, captioning is rarely available while live. It'd be great because apparently there's a setting to have it on auto dub unless you change it, but then you can reach people of different languages. But I don't know. I don't think that seems to be happening very often because the people that I seem to be talking to, even if they're from other countries, their English seems to be good unless they are getting it translated, and I'm just not realizing it. But as far as like the deaf community, I mean, it's hard as a musician. I mean, I know they can feel vibrations and they can at least hear what you say and they can feel the vibe, I guess. But it would be hard as a deaf person, I would imagine, to really get a great podcast experience, from it. And especially since, yeah, I rarely ever see the. It seems to automatically do it, but I rarely ever see the captioning option while I'm live. I don't know if maybe that is that when I'm. It might be something I could set up in the setup, but I don't remember or know if I know how. And as far as watching it back, as far as watching it while live, well, let me go look and see. But I'm pretty sure no. I know that duration thing might be a little bit confusing, but I think that it means that after that, we continue to chat, and there's the etc. Um, looks different on here. Okay, so yeah, there's no caption option while live, but hopefully you don't need it. Hopefully you can hear it and understand it just fine. And somebody might be wondering why are you worrying about that 4 hours into it. Um, it's just that this guy's having an audio issue with his that I'm watching, and I want to watch for his comments but not hear the audio issue. So I'm really having to watch. Oh, he's talking. I think he's got a keyboard drum in the background though. So it's unfortunate that he doesn't notice it, and now I'm the only one there. But it looks like there was only two other people. Pumpkin Gordy. I typed in caps, really distorted sound. It's buzzy, it's not just the sound. Seriously, you don't notice when I'm capping? That doesn't catch your attention? Or it's like, I don't know why that guy's shouting. I'm not shouting, but he's glanced a couple times. I would like to show you this cool dude because he's looking very dapper. Just a quick flash. That's all I want for the day after my birthday. A quick flash. That's kind of the definition of it, isn't it? Well, one of them. Oh, that time it didn't go off the screen when I put it in the thing. That's interesting. But yeah, I've watched a couple of his videos, two or three, and the sound's not been bad like that. This time it is. I can't. You heard it, didn't you? Or maybe I'll tune back in a few minutes, or he might just not be able to figure it out or stop. But how about hers?
Welcome back, Neeraj. Welcome back. Easy on me. Yeah, we're gonna do easy on me right now. So stay tuned for that. Lily, guys, I'm alive. Good to have you back, and we're glad you're alive. So thank you so much for being here, Lily. We missed you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Davidson. Lily, how are you, by the way? Hope you're doing well. How's life? Thank you, Davidson. Hope you're doing good. Keep shining, girl. Thank you, Lily. Thank you so much. You nailed that. Thank you, Davidson. Easy on me. We're gonna do easy on me right now. Lily, you have missed a lot. I missed a lot as well. I don't know what happened in the chat tonight, so I'm gonna have to join the group later to know what happened. So much tea today. Yeah, I know. I want to send you a super chat. How to do it? That means a lot, Bennett. That means a lot that you thought about that, but you can't send me a super
Puro
chat yet.
Schooler Crush?
I feel like there's a rule on YouTube that you have to have 4,000 watch hours on YouTube before you can monetize your channel. And right now
I'm not sure if that's true, but
on
maybe
4,000
collectively.
watch hours, but I'm close, I think. I don't know the exact watch hours I have right now, but we're getting there one day at a time. So in the future, maybe it's gonna be possible. But thank you so much that you said that. That really means a lot to me. Thank you, Bennett. Cam, where are you from, girl? I'm from Bangladesh.
Yeah, I just read that same
I'm
comment.
saying that on all my lives, and I'm gonna keep saying that. I'm from Bangladesh. Counting stars. Yes, that's a good one. We're gonna do counting stars. Sonia,
I don't like that song.
GNC, you're doing well.
Oh, thank you.
Counting stars. We're gonna do that one.
Because it makes me think of something, but it's
Counting
okay to make
stars.
new
We're gonna do
memories.
that
It's
one.
just sometimes
So
hard to
if you
cover
guys
up
are new to the channel, please like and subscribe. And if you have any song requests,
old ones.
as you go now, have fun and enjoy saying thank you, Matilda. Thank you so much for being here, and I truly appreciate you supporting me and for being here for so long. So thank you so much, Matilda. Have a good night, and hope to see you again soon. Good night. Yeah, take care. Take care. Counting
Yeah,
stars.
bro,
Yeah, we're gonna
my
do counting
favorite
stars.
word.
Made it out alive, Leonardo. Leonardo, I don't know if made it out alive. I'm so sorry. That's so true. Are you talking about that's so true? We're gonna do that's so true in a minute. We're gonna do that's so true in a minute. So,
Hi there. Sorry, it was
bless
just.
you.
Oh.
Thank
Am
you
I
so much.
seeing things when it's laying on the
All right,
couch? I'm
we're
just
gonna do
thinking there's someone there,
counting
hoping.
stars. So, made it out alive. I think you're talking about that's so true. You should change your profile picture. It's so different. Real you. Are you talking about me? Right. Where are you from? I'm from Bangladesh. Um, Alright, success. I don't know what that is. Alright, let's do this. This is easy on me. Enter your profile picture. I
I
think
thought
you
she
guys
was
are
wrapping
already
up, but
alive,
apparently not.
so maybe in
I
a
should
few
have lunch
months
soon.
again. Alright, I might change it in a few weeks or like next month. But we'll see, we'll see.
So I'm happy to
Thanks
do
so
a
much
little
for
bit of content
my name.
for
I have
anybody
changed
that
it.
tunes in the next
Let
few
me see.
minutes. I've already done a lot of
Oh,
content,
it's been that long?
but then I won't. No,
Right.
but then,
So
well,
this
kind
is
of.
easy on me.
But then I
That's really cute.
also
As long as you
want
like
to
that's
talk.
so
Let me
true,
pause this.
yours.
Want to? Okay. I don't have time for a little bit of content. I'm just scrolling. Only a few seconds. That's all I got time for. Ghost face girl. That's weird. Kind of, sort of, kind of. Take a good look at my face. No, the smile looks out of place. If you look closer, easy Tuesdays. Sorry, I was just briefly distracting. Definitely seeing someone here now. Distracted. And sometimes I'm distracting. Like, actually, yeah, I shouldn't be having anybody who's distracting me right now. I got things to do, people to see, things to see, and no filter at the same time. I hate to have to retype it, but it wasn't that much. It's all in caps. I don't want that. Well, next time you get an email, look. Next time I'm able to. Or maybe I'll look now. But I don't know the town specifically, so maybe not. And that was a really good profile picture I had. Speaking of profile pictures. So, yeah, so the plan is to do some music to wrap this up on drums, guitar, or piano. And then, okay. Not a music fan, eh? Well, I came to be healed from my pains. But not, I don't know if music's gonna do it. I've tried that, is what they may have thought. Well, we could have tried something else, but you didn't stick around for it, so you will not be healed. Or maybe you will be, because you came back, somebody else is here. Let's heal. Let's jam. Let's do music. Let's chat. And then let's decide what I shall do next in my day. It'll probably be lunch. It might be a quick phone call. It might be a chore, checking something outside, but it's very icy. And I'm not sure really. So, comedy suggestions, music suggestions. We got two of you here. Hopefully, from one or both of you, I get such. Okay, we got one of you here. You're the one that's meant to be here, I guess. Unless it's just inaccurate and there's actually still both of you here. I don't think it. Oh, yeah, I guess it has. True enough. As we approach 420. I have no filter, but I hope you will enjoy this podcast and decide to like and hit the notification button and subscribe. And yes, I'm mostly open to making this the kind of viewer experience you'd like it to be. So if you have a song request, like I say, or a topic request, or a comedy request, give it to me. I appreciate it. I'm just quickly looking at something over here. Oh, that was one thing I was doing. Is I had noticed that another friend of mine was live, but his audio, he was trying to do something with the keyboard. I don't know if that's why occasionally most people do stay. And it's certainly nice if they tell us if there's an audio issue. We might not be able to fix it or know why, but but I wonder if that's why some people don't stay. Like last night, we had the keyboard in a different spot because we were both there and both needing something to sit on. So it was right next to the one speaker. Somebody else is thinking this guy's mic is broken. Or maybe it's your style. I just said it's not because he's not talented, and he does look talented as a musician and a model, so that's wrong. This sounds a little bit like that song I kind of helped him with. Sounds a little bit better. I'd be really warm in it. But I'd rather play in something like that than Maxie's leather jacket. But if it's Maxie's leather jacket, maybe I'd wear it.
That's what I got so far. There are several parts that I'm not very satisfied with, but that is the foundation of the song. That is the chords, the melody, and for the verse, the chorus, and now I just... Sorry,
I'm just briefly distracted by a fellow YouTuber, live streamer, musician. I'm including his content, which I rarely put in mine because it's so good, and yeah. Oh, hi Brock. Sup man, how's it going? It's been a long time. It sure has. You know, it's funny, I saw the name Brock a couple times recently, and was kind of reminded of you because I've only known two other ones, so that's cool. Where have you been hiding? I'll have to watch his later, although he doesn't always keep it posted. But if I keep it open, maybe. Where have you been hiding lately? Where have you been all my life? Who does that song? Where have you been all my life? Streams of consciousness. So, don't leave abruptly. I hope that you can stay for a while here and then let me know when you are unable to. Too much work. What kind of work do you do again? And if I remember correctly, you're in Toronto? Studies and everything. I just typed the word studies. How ironically. I've been here. I've been rolling. I've been continuing to go live in your absence. Sorry if that made you feel FOMO. You can always check out some of the content, but I'm glad you're here now. I'm just quickly trying to look at something here. Um, but it's misbehaving. Basically, out of curiosity, do you know anybody with the name Corey on a social media site? Just out of curiosity? Cory? Because even if I've not met you in person, or even if, yeah, anyway, you're the only one here right now. It's deep into the video, so I don't mind being a bit personal. If I don't know you in person, I might have you on Facebook, and that would be a really funny coincidence. Actually, it did happen once. No, man, got no idea. Okay, it did happen once with one of our viewers. She's like, oh, I didn't know you from this group. Okay, but that's the old me. I've been exploring myself and doing a lot of music. I have a drum right here. If you have a song request, I have a guitar over there. I have a piano and a keyboard. I have a dapper man in a suit and a guitar and a video in front of me. I have English over there. I've got you here. Got a lot going on, but in some ways not as well. I have a very neat pen if you'd like to see it. I have a DVD I've been meaning to watch. I know, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. What stands out to you? A DVD I've been meaning to watch for a few days. A chore I've been meaning to do. And I'm just trying to get through each day. You know, like most of us. In my own special way. And I should probably have some lunch soon. Just saying. But good thing I rolled for 4.5 hours a day today, because meant you were able to catch me. I could have been done an hour ago, but why would I want to be? Anything that you like, whatever you're best at. I don't. This is the thing, and this is why I ask, because I can find it hard to narrow down, and I'm indecisive. And truth be told, again, this is a healthy self-esteem and ego. This is a confidence thing in the fact that I've been doing music most of my life. I think I can do most music quite good. You know, I mean, that's, not all. I won't say all. And there's, like, I'm not, we don't have to get into the details why, but I'm not into metal, really. It's not because I can't sing it. It's because I prefer not to. And I don't really do jazz or blues. But other than that, and fusion, and yeah. And I'm kind of wanting to do some interesting covers with this drum. Any song can be a drum song, just like any song can be a sing-along song. There is one, though. And then, yes, I'd like to talk about some of the other things I rattled off. If there's one or two that you still remember, maybe let me know, and maybe those are the two I'll focus on. Or at least do after the stream. I'd appreciate it. I need a little bit of a... What's the word? Um, what's the word? Are you still there? It looks like you left. Oh, okay, I think you came back. A little bit of nudge. Let's go with that word because I can't think of another one. My device is plugged in, and the charger is at the bottom of it, of course, because that's how they design them, or at least in the old devices. This device drops fast, but it's at 48%, so I can go until it's at like 15. How about we say that? I feel like I just plugged it in, actually. And yeah, his audio is better. I mean, I think he keeps it. So I hope that I'll be able to watch it later, because that's not getting posted. This one friend of mine, but I don't really want to put too much of his stuff in here. Just I was multitasking, actually speaking, and I would like to. Oh, just one moment, please. We got two of you here. Just one moment. from Poland. I do want to talk a bit, for a moment though, about like how like algorithms or whatever try to decide what people are going to like. People are very complex and it varies, and I don't know how they can think that they know someone that deeply. But anyway, I do have a BNL song I could do. Are you familiar with them? It's a song. I don't know how to explain it. Oh, we got neat light. Thanks. I'm guessing it was Brock. Um, oh, appreciate it. Uh, I lived near an open mic venue on the same street as a home I lived in once. My mother was just not. I was really surprised that she came to Chris's event. I mean, I didn't need her. Although maybe I did, because maybe I didn't live with her still. But Chris's life celebration. Yep, it was me. Cool. Because it just wasn't her thing to ever go to these open mics, even though it was close. Maybe there was a bit of a trigger because I think it's the church she used to. Not that she grew up religious, but well, maybe she did a little bit actually, because I remember. I don't think it was just that my grandmother went to the craft group. I never forget they had this big giant book, and one day I came and happened to glance at it, and I was looking at names, and it was an old photo or whatever, and I see my grandmother's name there. But yeah, but there are two songs that my mother always says. Um, you do those real well. Those are what you're best at. Honestly, though, I mean, so when we're talking that wording, honestly, though, again, not to toot my own bugle, but I think I'm pretty good at most music. Um, because of familiarity, although I haven't played it that long, because that thought is a little bit of a mixed feeling for me, and I just haven't. But if have you ever heard of BNL, the band? And I can't remember. You're in the States, actually, aren't you? I believe. Anyway, I could do that song, and I think I'm going to do it on guitar because it's almost one of the songs that I actually do the fanciest guitar work, and that does not mean that it's super fancy, but it's the fanciest I kind of do. There's a part in it, a riff or whatever you want to call it, and then there's a Eli um, Billie Eilish song, but I did a little bit of that. And what was the other one? There was two that came to mind just now. I don't know much. I do know Nirvana and a few more. Just a few more? What else aside from Nirvana? Not that I hate Nirvana. They were really popular when I was in high school, and they still are, even though Cobain passed away. But what other ones? But yeah, so I could do this one. I had a second idea, but it's escaped me. And then, like I say, I listed off a few things a moment ago. If you can remember a couple of them, while I'm getting my guitar and it's quiet for a moment, yeah, on guitar. That's what this one seems to be saying. Then please tell me, and I'll do those things because I like to do what I'm told sometimes. JP's like, I don't. Anyway, and then if you have a song that you think might sound cool with drumming and singing, let me know, and I'm gonna go get my guitar. And that's the plan for the rest of this podcast. And it'll probably be my longest one. I've done 2 or 3 4-hour ones this week because I've had the time and I've been bored and I've been trying to pass the time. But the longest used to be 2 or 3 hours. And you watch what you can. And what do you call it? Yeah, and the numbers are quite good and I enjoy it. The chat, the likes. Still, that doesn't correlate with how many people have tuned in, but it can't all be great, right? Okay. Put the pick there like I asked. No. I don't want to be too long. Holy smokes, things everywhere. It's raining. Mathematics, hallelujah. Hey. We had a really a bunch of pre-party, and then the actual party, which was a little bit more disappointing. I guess maybe people were busy, or they didn't know that it was happening, or they forgot what time or whatever. But I wonder if this would work. So very good. That might work. So there was a couple people. One really surprised me, and one I was kind of familiar with. But I hope you haven't left. It looks like you have, but I think it's inaccurate. I hope. But anyway, so because... Are you there still? Because... Now that I'm finally ready to do music, because somebody had a birthday recently. I just wanted to finish what I was saying there. Are you still there? Is the indicator being... Okay, I think you're back. Whether it's you that's back or not, and hopefully it is, whoever's here, glad to have you here. Just indicating at the top until you comment. And, okay, where am I going to lean this? I don't know. I'm kind of sitting comfortably. And that's the first part about playing guitar. Or any instrument. Or just being comfortable. Now the other thing is that I have to touch the screen, so I just don't want it to slide with the way I have it there. Maybe I should play somewhere else. Like at the keyboard. But then I want to remember this drum. Where's that stick? Okay. Brock, are you still there? I hope you didn't have to rush off. It didn't take that long to get to this, did I? Rush off. This, falling, 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 everything's falling. And we're falling in love. I might have to do this in 2 trips. But I'm kind of feeling like I still want to do it now that I'm in the mode. And he might come back. No. Yeah, some people, if they're watching something and they have to go to the washroom, they might just tune off for a moment and then go back to their watch history and watch because they don't really want to bring somebody with them, even though it's actually not physically. So that may be what happened. I don't know. Point is, we got someone here, so I'm going to do the song. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Ooh. Get those shoes out of the way, G. Just kidding. Okay, here we go. Curious if you know this song. I haven't played it in a while, but let's give it a whirl. And then if you have another song request, that would be good on drums or keyboard. Drums, I'm thinking. And then if it's Brock, you know the other thing I asked. And I appreciate your help because I have been feeling a little bit paralyzed and unproductive in some ways. And podcasting can sometimes help kind of move some things along. And also, yeah, it's just nice to do it. There's a lot of sun coming in. That doesn't help. We don't have a curtain there. I don't know if I move this. No, I don't think it's tall enough. I don't think it'll do anything. Just the way I sit, maybe. Or maybe it's just part of the effect. But it's a little distracting. Just a moment here. I don't know if that's any better. We'll get there, folks. Bear with me. Since I'm not actually playing the keyboard, I think that's at least a little better. Eh? Okay. But now I have to kind of look sideways to see this music because it's over here, and I could try and put it there actually. I don't know where we acquired this. G got it somewhere. I understand some people might have mixed feelings about it, but we have this antler thing. And it seems like it would make a good tripod at the moment, so maybe. Kind of. Sorry, I'm not doing this in my usual spot. Can you tell? I would have done it in kind of my usual spot, but the damn sunshine. Love it, but it's... Okay, this will work, I think. Okay. Finally ready to do it. Brock, are you there? Or whoever's there, you ready? Got this chair in front of me here. But okay, here we go. Just a quick beverage. Okay. So they really can be indecisive sometimes. Now, I don't have a pick right now, so I'm using something which will hopefully be easy enough to use. It kind of moves a little bit, but like it's wobbles or whatever the word is. Anyway. Drove downtown, and I think you've heard me on the piano, but I don't know if you've heard me on guitar. If it's Brock that's still watching, and now I'll shut up and do the song. Shut up and do the song. Anyway. Drove downtown in the rain at 30 on a Tuesday night, just to check out the late night record shop on the radio last night. Call it impulsive, call it impulsive, call it insane. Okay, sorry. I thought that was wrong at first, but maybe not. Okay. I don't know if this is matter of instinct, a matter of conditioning, a matter of fact. You can call me Pavlov, ring a bell in reality, but how'd you like that? The doctor then to tell me I'm not, cause I'm lying in bed, just like a Brian Wilson did. Well, no, I'm not lying, but lying in bed, just like Brian Wilson did. Well, I'm lying here, just staring at the ceiling cloud, and I'm thinking, what to think about, just listening and listening. Smiling smile, but I'm wondering if it's some kind of creative down because lying in bed, just like a Brian Wilson did. Well, I'm lying in bed, just like Brian Wilson did. If you wanna find me, I'll be out the sandbox, wondering where the heck love is go. Playing my guitar, building castles in the sun. And we're singing fun, 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 lying in bed, just like Brian Wilson did. Well, I'm lying in bed, just like Brian Wilson did. I had a dream, let's go. Well, I was 200 pounds, though I was very heavy, I floated in a good big ground. So it's hard to see the ground. Somebody help me, somebody help me, somebody help me. Because I lying in bed, just like a Brian Wilson did. But I lying in bed, just like a Brian Wilson did. Drove downtown in the rain, 30 on Tuesday night, just to check out the late night record shop. I think it's supposed to be record shop. Just to check out the late night record shop, but it has it as Charlie Paulson, gonna say, oh, when I just can't stop. So that's that song. Anybody have one more song request? No, it looks like you left. Brock left abruptly. I'm thinking that maybe something came up for him. Hopefully all is good, or that his phone died. Had to be charged. So I'm going to see if I can talk myself into doing one of those other tasks before I leave, since he's not here to do it. Not that one, because he hasn't. Another song, if you have an idea, I could. Other than that, I guess one of the things I'm waiting is to hear back from my friend, so until I do, to watch do that too. That might be cool as long as it doesn't happen like it did in Spain. Um, where's my tablet? My tablet. My tablet. My tablet. Where is it? Where is it? My tablet. My tablet. What the heck? Oh, did I just plug it in? Paying attention to this screen more than I'm paying attention to what I'm doing. I did. I did see a put a cat. Should I just show that cool pen anyway? And then I kind of want to hide on myself, even though it's handy to have pens around. They have not been getting back to me. I don't know what. But now I'm starting to email message. But then I have to run upstairs, and I think I'm going to eat and drink and be merry. And other than that, don't know. Don't know, can't tell, kind of thing, you know. I am curious though. Is what's his name still alive? I really want to screenshot that. He just looks amazing, so GQ. It doesn't matter which device I do it on, so that's good. Blossom plays. Blossom, I don't know what that is, but it looks like it by name. Oh, yes, still, eh? Oh, he's late. He's usually on in my morning. He just came online like 3 minutes ago. That's what about wellness, isn't it? I believe so. He's looking very extra rustic. That was interesting as well, like enter into other people. Go garden a little bit. It's very repetitive, but it's very lulling. It's very mesmerizing. I think I see him breathing movement. Or did I pause it? No. Did it freeze? I don't know. No, his mouth just moved. He sits very still sometimes. He could be a statue in a fashion store. I tell you. That would be a funny little, oh, that would be great. Why would somebody who's a devil ask about a classical piece? Shouldn't they only like metal music? Sorry. But shouldn't they? I'll be right back, folks. Oh, he's getting distorted again. Where's the coming up into the garden person? Oh, it's way up there. Nobody's normal. It's true. Some are more normal than others, but nobody is normal. Yourself up? Some people have no filter and do not realize what kind of thing they're watching. I'll be right there. I'm just a bit distracted, but I'll be right there. I honestly been meaning to wrap up. I think. Yourself. I'll correct the typo, but keep saying the same thing. Sorry, Axel, I've got to pause your video because it doesn't sound great. Don't know what's going on there. Let's check this out. Anybody here to see it? No? Maybe I'll just wrap up then. No? It's like no? But it's the coolest pen you will ever see, I'm sure. So I have to wait till somebody's here to show them. I have to. My podcast would not be complete if I didn't. I don't know, company on my birthday. I did long ones yesterday too. Just not all at once, like this one. But I'm gonna need a good rest after this one for sure. Usually 2 or 3, yeah. I'm hungry. I want to eat. But the question is, do you want to eat with me? That's the real question. And what do I want to eat? That's the other question. Sure, I do have these. Possibly, maybe. Shooby-doop-doop-doop. Brunch. Brunch and munch. Come and have a brunch and munch with me. You're like, have a what? How dare you ask me to do such a thing? And by that, I mean cheddar bacon cheese sticks and maybe a bit of this mustard. I don't think it's that spicy. And watch Jacqueline come in and say, just in time for your next meal, I see. Oh my goodness, this has to be plugged in. Oh my goodness, everybody. No one panic. No one but me is allowed to panic. 5%. I don't know if it's going to drop as I'm... You know what? I'm just going to wrap up because I don't know if it's going to... You kind of saw the pen. Gotta go.